To the Southern Region Regional Advisory Council meeting. This meeting is being held here in the Great Hall at SUU campus in Cedar City, Utah. It is 6:00 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. It is also being streamed live on YouTube. The statement they've asked me to read here at the start of the meeting includes the following. This is a public forum that allows you to express your opinions and ideas on wildlife management in our state. This RAC, or this council, considers your feedback on the proposals before us today and reports them up to the Wildlife Board. The Wildlife Board, not the RAC, is charged with setting wildlife policy for our state. Wildlife management is complex, and sometimes it's emotionally charged. We all have ideas and opinions about what is best for Utah's wildlife. It's why we're here today, and that's a good thing. We encourage those who want to express their opinion at today's meeting to fill out a comment card by the door here where you came in. Pass that to one of the, pass that back here, our lovely DWR official, and he'll make sure we get that comment and consider it at that time. We expect those in attendance to respect the people who speak, especially those who hold views that do not align with their own. Respectful behavior helps facilitate efficient meetings where RAC members can listen, digest, and address the concerns, ideas, and proposals being presented for consideration. There's a reminder here, we're grateful to have this use of this room here at SUU, but we do have to vacate by 10:30. So we have a hard stop at 10:30 p.m. tonight. So we're going to get right to it. Any disrespectful behavior that includes booing, yelling, cheering, or laughing while someone is speaking is not tolerated. You can also help maintain a respectful space by referring to people by name instead of descriptors of their physical characteristics, demeanor, or gender. If this behavior occurs, I will remind attendees to be respectful. If the behavior continues, the applicable individual or individuals will be asked to leave this meeting. Please help reduce distractions during this meeting by putting your phone on silent. If you need to take a call, please step outside. There are also restrooms right outside. We want to welcome DWR staff that's here in attendance, especially our regional leaders, and they will be present to answer questions throughout the meeting. We also have a couple Wildlife Board members. I'd like to recognize them. We have Gary Nielsen joining us virtually on this meeting. We also have Paula Richmond here as well joining us. Thank you. We also have Director of the DWR, Director Jay Shirley, and his Deputy Director Justin Shannon here in attendance. Thanks for joining us. I'd like to welcome RAC members and allow them a chance to introduce themselves, tell us their name, where they're from, and which constituent group they represent. Start over here with Russell.
Russell Gardner. I represent Farm Bureau in Ag.
Chuck Chamberlain with the Forest Service here in Cedar City.
Rachel Bullis, non-consumptive.
Right, Bert's Tropic, Utah, sportsman.
Mike Grant, Annabella, Utah, sportsman.
I'm Brooklyn Cox. I'm from the Bureau of Land Management.
Thank you. Brooklyn's standing in for Dan. You may have remembered has been at past meetings, so thank you for being here, Brooklyn. Online, we also have Verlin and Chad. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Verlin King, Bicknell, Utah, representing agriculture.
Chad Utley, Public at Large, St. George, Utah.
Thank you. And I serve as the RAC chair. I'm Austin Atkinson, representing Public at Large from Cedar City here. I'd like to welcome the public that's attending here in person and those watching live on YouTube. Those who are attending in person will have the opportunity to provide comments regarding any agenda item. If you wish to make a comment, you must fill out the comment card, pass it up, and the public that is watching on YouTube will not be able to provide comments. However, the presentations were provided and the public was able to provide us comments prior to this meeting. All right, we're gonna move on. I'll call for an approval of the agenda and the minutes from last meeting.
I moved. Screen, but it's not working. There it goes. I move we approve the agenda and the minutes from last meeting.
Second that.
So we have a motion by Chuck, second by Mike. We'll vote by raise of hands for those here. All in favor? Unanimous here. I've got a hand raised by Chad and Verlin. He's in unanimous. Okay, we will move on to a wildlife board meeting update. This is a informational. Let's make sure. January 4th, right? Yes. All right, the last wildlife board meeting was January 4th, 2024 in Farmington, Utah. A couple of the motions, there was a motion to, not me, Mike. Vision. Tried. I promise I'm not whispering, but I'll speak up. The motion was to ask the division to work with the federal land agencies to address any concerns that they may have with the use of barrels on the landscape during bear baiting season. This was to be placed on the action log and addressed at next year's January board meeting. That passed unanimously. There was also a motion to accept the black bear management plan revisions and rule amendments as presented, passed unanimously. And there was a motion to approve the elk management unit plans as presented, also passed unanimously. There's a motion to approve the rule amendments as presented for the poaching reported reward permits rule revisions. And that was passed as presented with the request to the division to add the number of the poaching reported reward permits issued to an annual report so we could review those. And there was a to approve the division's recommendations in regards to the removal of ornamental species from the prohibited species list, passed unanimously. And the last one was moving the June 2024 Wildlife Board meeting, just a date. We'll try this. Maybe I need to go into a different key, octave or something. I don't know. So they moved the June 2024 Wildlife Board meeting to June 13th and the December 2024 Wildlife Board meeting up to December 12th to accommodate a WAFA schedule, and that passed unanimously. I think that's it from the Wildlife Board meeting from the last one. So we'll turn the time over to Kevin Bunnell, the Southern Region Supervisor, for a regional update.
Good evening, everybody. As Austin mentioned, my name is Kevin Bunnell. I'm the regional supervisor here in the Southern region. And there's a couple things that I want to make sure I get you updated on, but I also want to be a little brief because of the length of our agenda tonight. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Mike. From our wildlife section, sage grouse let counts, good news there. They're mostly up across the region. That kind of progresses from south to north, and when we're almost done here in the southern region, at least in the southern part, and they're just getting started up north. But our numbers are good so far. Same for prairie dogs, which is kind of a blessing and a curse. The more we can get those numbers up, the sooner we can get to delisting, but it also means the more conflict we have. But we have really good people working on that, and so if anybody needs help, call our office and we'll get you taken care of. We do a lot of planting this time of year, just like the farming community. For example, we put 5,000 shrubs out on our Pavant WMA just this spring. And then we're continuing to collect collars from our deer, elk, and bighorn sheep and pronghorn to make sure that we can identify cause of death on those animals. The good news is we've had fewer of those, that we've had high survival, so fewer collars to go and retrieve. The biologist has been out checking bear dens and looking at reproduction in our bear population. As you would expect with a good summer last year, we had good survival and good production on bear cubs. The Snow Goose Festival took place over in Delta. If you've never taken the opportunity to go experience that, you should. It's amazing to see tens of thousands of geese in the air at one time. And then we've been banding ducks out at Clear Lake, but it's with not much water at Clear Lake right now, our numbers are down, which we're trying to rectify. From our aquatic section, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this one because I think it's something people are interested in. The Panguitch Lake Dam, about a week ago, there was ice pressure that pushed the top. There's been a few additions to the dam over time, and the last addition to the top of the dam had moved 2 to 3 feet, which caused it to crack at a seam, and the dam started to leak. Our Division of Water Rights and Water Resources put some mitigation efforts in place immediately, including putting some riprap on the back of the dam. And then we cut and removed sections of ice so that the ice wasn't pushing there. And they've brought that tilt back from about 8% back to 1%. So that's really good news in terms of the emergency mitigation efforts that went in seem to have been successful. They are releasing as much water out of the dam as they can right now. It's dropped about 15 inches as of today. They hope to drop it about 3 feet before the runoff starts. And at that point, they'll be able to inspect the dam and determine what repairs need to be made. We're hopeful at this point. We're hopeful at this point that we won't have a significant impact on the fishery. We do currently have a fishing closure in place that was requested by the Garfield County Sheriff's Office, and we'll coordinate with them on when we can reopen Panguitch Lake to fishing. But right now, compared to what the damage could have been to the dam and to the fishery, we're optimistic that we'll come out okay with the situation up there. Next slide, please, Mike. We're working on 2 fisheries management plans, one for our Washington County reservoirs, which includes Sand Hollow, Quail Creek, and Gunlock. There's a committee down there that's met 3 times, and that plan should be presented to the RAC in September. Another plan for Paiute and Otter Creek reservoirs. That plan, they've finished meeting with the committee, and the plan's being drafted. It also will be presented at our September RAC meetings. Just to give you kind of some highlights there, at Otter Creek, the plan's pretty simple, and that's to maintain the current quality trout fishery. Paiute Reservoir is a little bit harder just because the water levels fluctuate so much between good water years and bad water years. So the plan is trying to deal with that. We'll try to provide a trout fishery when we have the conditions where trout can survive. We'll also try to working to establish some warm water species to have a consistent fishery even when water levels are low. Next slide, please, Mike. This is a really busy time for our aquatic staff. They've been out netting the reservoirs, and in general, the results have been really good. We've got at Newcastle Reservoir, you can see the size, that picture on the top right is one of the wipers that came out of Newcastle Reservoir. Trout numbers are low, but those that are there are large, up to 20-inch trout, and the catfish are doing well. Minersville Reservoir numbers and growth are up. Otter Creek Reservoir, lots of trout in the 10 to 12 and 16 to 18-inch size range. And Paiute Reservoir, we were able to put some fish in there last fall, and they grew really well over the winter. You can see those in the bottom right-hand corner. That's a couple of rainbow trout out of Paiute Reservoir. Next slide, please, Mike. Our Washington County field office is always really busy, working on primarily issues with the Virgin River fish populations, and they've been doing the sampling there and always working against non-native fish. Kind of an exciting thing there for them was a stocking that took place of woundfin in the Virgin River above the Laverican hot springs, and that's something that could be very significant to the way that the Washington County Water Conservancy District is able to use the water below Laverican hot springs, depending on the survival of those fish above. Next slide, please. Lots of habitat work going on in Washington County, as there's everywhere. And desert tortoise, again, it's things, a lot's happening with desert tortoises in the Red Cliffs National Conservation Area. And then they've been working on spotted frog monitoring in the West Desert. Next slide, please, Mike. Our habitat section. This is a really busy office time for them. They're getting WRI habitat proposals, Habitat Council, and the external conservation permit meeting proposals ready. We've resolved some trespass issues on a few of our WMAs, and then lots of ongoing restoration projects you can see the list of just a few of them there. Some staff changes in the habitat program. We're hiring a new position that's a cooperative habitat biologist with the Forest Service that will be located over on the south end of the Boulder Mountain to try to, as we are getting NEPA done there, working with the Forest Service to increase our capacity to get projects done on the Boulder Mountain. We're also sad to lose Dan Gurley as our farm bill biologist, but we'll be hiring in a new biologist to fill that position in the habitat section as well. Next slide, Mike. Our outreach section, Mike, go back before we move on there. Just wanted that picture on the top right. We do an annual event down in Washington County, which is a fishing event for kids with special needs. A really cool event that a lot of the teachers down there look forward to bringing their students to, and our staff and with volunteers from out of Washington County, really look forward to doing that, and it gets bigger every year. Lots of other events going on. We've got a warm water fishing seminar that'll be happening this week down in Hurricane, a beginner fly fishing clinic. Also coming up here shortly, we'll have the Western Regional tournament for the National Archery in the Schools program. There's a desert tortoise viewing event happening next week at Snow Canyon. A kind of a cool event at Gunlock Reservoir where it'll be not only fishing, how to catch particularly the crappie down there, but some demonstrations on how to prepare and cook those fish. And then for the dedicated hunters, that program has gone completely online. Lots of new projects uploaded, and we have a large influx of participants expected in 2024. So my outreach staff will be really busy keeping dedicated hunters going with projects. From our law enforcement section, just some staffing updates. Shane Kitchen was our East Iron officer, moved into a sergeant position in the AIS program, but we do have new officers in West Washington and the East Iron districts, and then we have a officer that's currently in post that will be going to Kane County probably around in September. So that leaves us with vacancies still in Salina, Beaver, and Garfield, which is a shorter list than we had previously, which we're grateful for. And that's all I have for an update. I'd be happy to answer any questions from the RAC.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. Lots going on in Southern Utah. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item number 5. And this is going to be the deer permit recommendations for 2024. So no presentation will be given here at this meeting. All RAC members have been asked to view this presentation beforehand, but we have received quite a few comments, and we will provide the opportunity for questions and comments here. Mr. Dax Mangus, our big game coordinator, is here in person, and he is going to be available to provide any clarification and answer some questions for us. Dax, would you like to lead with any clarifying comments before we ask questions?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Happy to be here. I got a little turned around. I plugged it in my phone. They should have just told me it was at Hogwarts and I would have showed right up. Just a couple things, clarification. We did notice that we had a calculation error on a couple of the late season muzzleloader hunts on general season units, the limited entry hunts that we have on the general season units. And in the statewide plan, those are set at a minimum of 5 per unit and up to a maximum of 0.5% of the general season permits. And on the Monroe unit in the rack packet, it shows 6 and it should be 5. And on the Fish Lake, it shows 8 and it should be 6. So we'd like to clarify that was an error, miscalculation there. There were a couple other units in the rack packet on limited entry buck deer where the totals of the resident and non-resident permits combined didn't show up in the final column. And that's a little confusing, but they should be there. If you just add them up, you can figure it out. But just wanted to make sure that was clear in case anyone had any questions. And I guess just before we jump into it, just a reminder, our biologists make these recommendations to manage to the parameters that are set in our management plans. In our statewide management plan and unit management plans, we have objectives, buck-to-doe ratio for after the season over, a postseason buck-to-doe ratio that we manage to. The biologists look at their classification data, our survival data, habitat conditions, the body conditions of animals, weather patterns and conditions, all those things are taken into account. And then the biologists make a recommendation to manage towards the objectives in the plans. And so just some folks, we hear a lot of feedback, and I just hope folks understand that that's where the biologists are coming from when they make these recommendations. And there's a lot of data that's taken into account, and they're making recommendations to manage to those objectives in the plans. And with that, we can dive into it. I'm happy to provide any information or whatever will help facilitate a good discussion tonight.
Thank you, Dex. We're going to open it up to questions from RAC members for Dex. Who would like to go first? Russ.
So that, my question kind of is on those buck-to-doe.
It's not working.
You're kind of in and out there.
Let's try that other mic.
Can you hear me
Yes.
for a second? Okay. What does it take? Well, they want to see more big buck. So, we somehow, and I don't know that I totally understand the process, would need to move that number in order for the biologist to manage for that.
Oh, thanks, Russell. That's a great question. Russell asked for anyone that couldn't hear him if he was cutting out there. The buck-to-doe ratios that we manage to currently in the statewide plan, we have those identified. Then on general season units, we have 2 different categories. We manage general season deer units to a postseason ratio of either 15 to 17 bucks per 100 does or 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does. We manage the limited entry units for higher ratios than that, but that's where we manage the general season units. If that was something that folks wanted to change, that could be changed in the statewide plan, change what those buck-to-doe ratio objectives were. The statewide plan is currently being revised, and I think that's probably a discussion we'll have as to whether those are appropriate or if we need different objectives or additional objectives. But as of right now, that's what we have, 15 to 17 units and 18 to 20. All of the general season units in the southern region are 18 to 20s.
So, Russell, your comment or your question was, what are you going to do to up the buck-to-doe ratio or up the classification of the deer, make them older, age the deer. I guess the question wasn't clarified very well for me on what you were asking. Maybe I didn't hear it correctly.
Well, I think that if we increase the buck to doe ratios, we had no more bucks on the landscape, the age class would increase on the big bucks. And, most hunters, the older generation that I visit with want to see more big bucks. But they also want to see more hunting opportunity for the youth. And so it's kind of a tough one.
You nailed kind of the trade-offs there. We really, the design for those buck to doe ratios in the statewide plan and for what we're trying to do, general season units are geared more towards opportunity, optimizing the ability for folks to be able to hunt more frequently, knowing that on units managed for lower buck to doe ratios, success rates are typically lower. Hunters typically see fewer bucks, fewer older age class bucks, whereas on a unit that's managed for a high buck to doe ratio, the trade-off is you can offer fewer permits, so folks are able to hunt less frequently and less often, and they typically experience higher success rates, see more bucks and older bucks. So those are the trade-offs. And we have our limited entry units that are managed for higher buck to doe ratios, like the Ponsagon or Vernon or Book Cliffs, Henry Mountains, Oak Creeks, those units. And on those units, we offer far fewer permits. They're harder to draw, but when hunters do draw, they typically experience higher success rates and harvest older bucks and have more bucks and more older bucks to choose through before they harvest.
So, question for you, Dax, is, I don't know if it's work or not, but we'll give it a whirl. Mortality rate on 1-year-old deer, 2-year-old deer, we're leaving that opportunity to die in my eyes. If you look at mortality rate with yearlings and 2-year-old deer, and we're not going out there and harvesting, taking some of those off the landscape, where is that percent?
Yeah, that's a good question. From our collar study data, we observe pretty high mortality in yearling bucks. But by the time they're 2, it's getting closer to being, pretty much what it'll be for adult bucks, probably in the 80% range, somewhere in that ballpark. But for yearling bucks, we'll see 40 to 50% mortality. They're more likely to, maybe they don't know quite how to survive yet. So if you leave a lot of yearling bucks on the landscape, a good chunk of those will die. Not all of them, some of them make it through. We're looking at some of the data, just kind of interesting. If we looked at just harvest of 2 points, like by youth hunters, for example, about 50% of youth hunter harvest are 2 points, which are most likely yearlings. Some 2 points are probably older, and some older bucks are maybe 2 points, so it probably averages it about right. But it's something to take into consideration, something we're looking at, but we do see lower survival rates on yearling bucks.
And that's based off a statistic right now because we don't have mandatory harvest reporting in previous years on general season. Moving forward this year, we'll be able to get a little bit clearer data at my consensus and be able to get some more valid numbers on what mortality is and what the age classification of deer we're harvesting.
Yeah, we're moving to mandatory harvest reporting this starting this fall for all general season deer and elk. So I don't know that the data will change a whole bunch from what we've currently been getting, but hopefully everyone will feel more comfortable with it, and it will be mandatory harvest reporting for all permit holders.
Okay, before we move on to additional questions, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Our technical staff thinks they have a fix for our microphones going in and out. So we're going to take 5 and let them move the receiver a little bit closer, and hopefully the mics will function a little bit better and we can have a little smoother meeting here. Go ahead, guys.
Southern Region, you're live.
All right, welcome back. I think we got some of our audio technical issues out of the way. We'd like to also recognize another Wildlife Board member that is joining us online. Mr. Kent Johnson is joining us. We also had another RAC member, Bart Batista from Kanab, joining us, and he should be back on. So let's continue with questions on agenda item number 5, deer permit recommendations, asking questions to Mr. Dex. Chuck, go ahead.
Yeah, there was a lot of comments in the recent RAC responses that the people didn't trust, I guess, the model that we use. They didn't trust the numbers we're getting specifically for population estimates. How you respond to that? What other than the model itself, what other metrics do you measure that they give you confidence that those numbers are correct? And then second question, when the biologists are classifying animals, what number of animals, kind of what percentage of animals do they typically get from a population?
Those are great questions. I saw those comments as well, and that's something we run into quite a bit. And I'm long-winded sometimes, but I'll tell you a little story. When I very first started working for the division in the early 2000s, my district was the South Slope Vernal was one of the units in my district. And I was out during November, December, peak of the rut for mule deer, covering winter ranges, classifying deer. And I think I only counted about 1,500 deer total in my classification on that unit. I looked at our population model and it said there were 5,000 deer on the vernal unit. And I remember thinking to myself, well, I'm out covering this country. I'm looking pretty hard. I think I'm catching a good chunk of these deer, and there's definitely not 5,000 deer on this unit. And so that troubled me a little bit. And so I sat down and just like in an Excel spreadsheet, built a super simple model. And our population models aren't rocket science, it's algebra. And I looked at it and I said, okay, if these are our classification ratios from the past years, this many bucks per 100 does, this many fawns per 100 does, and this is what our harvest was, you can back calculate and figure out how many animals would we have had at these ratios to harvest this many and then have this kind of ratio after the harvest is over. I plugged in survival data for that. And at that time in the early 2000s, the survival data I used was kind of standard West-wide survival data. I think it came from some studies done in Montana in like the 80s. So I ran the numbers, figured out, okay, if we harvested this many deer, how many would we have had to begin with? And my crude model that I made in Microsoft Excel came out at like 4,800 deer. I was like, oh, wow, it's within a couple hundred of what our model said. And the models, they're more sophisticated than that. They do some fitting, but if we're really far off on our population models, it will show up. If we recommend a certain number of permits and our models are way overestimating what's actually out there, then when we go and classify deer that next fall after the harvest, we should see really low hunter success rates, or we should see buck to doe ratios that are far lower than what we would have predicted. And we just don't see that. So the models do, in a way, check themselves annually. And the survival data that we put in our population models now, a lot of it is from actual deer on the unit that are collared, rather than looking at a study in Montana and constant survival from the 80s. We're throwing in, the actual data we collect year to year on those units. So it's still a model. It's not perfect, but it is useful, and it gets better every year that we put better data into it, and it kind of builds on itself as it corrects itself throughout the years based on what we see. And I understand firsthand that sometimes it doesn't look like that when you're out there on the ground, because I've experienced that myself. But, if you had some money in your wallet and you don't know how much you had, but you just spent 20 bucks and now you count what's left in your wallet and you have $80 left, you can figure out you must have had $100 to start with. It's that same type of principle is how the models work. So it's more sophisticated than that, but that's the basic idea. And we feel better about our models now than I think we ever have, because we're putting actual real survival data collected, right now on these units. into the models. I don't know if anyone from Southern region wants to come up and talk. To classification numbers. Our biologists go out and classify during the rut. They try to get, really substantial sample sizes. We strive to get classify at least, I think it's 800 does on each unit. We far exceed that often especially on our big units that have bigger populations. Like I think when I looked, not this last year, but the year before, like on Pine Valley, Jason had classified over 2,000 deer. Is that right, Jason? Yeah, so it's a pretty good sample size. There's probably a little bit of error in there, but it's pretty close. It's pretty representative. He could classify another 1,000 deer and it probably wouldn't change a bit. So, and it can, if we have a really mild fall and some animals maybe stay at higher elevations and aren't as visible, and there's drifts that prevent biologists from getting around, it can vary a little bit some years based on conditions. But generally, it's pretty good. We feel pretty confident about the data, and I think if there was a large glaring error, it would show up. So,
Just to piggyback off that, Dex, what is the percentage or the sample size on the harvest reports that you collect, and are they the same on each unit?
I don't have that data in front of me. I know that any type of survey, when you first start asking survey questions, the data looks a little noisy. Responses can kind of be all over the place. And as you get more, like a larger and larger sample size, it really starts to hone in on, if you're looking for an average harvest rate, it'll really start to hone in on that number. And so there's a point of diminishing returns where you can continue to ask more and more people, but because you have a large enough sample size, it doesn't really change that number. And we've done analysis, we've looked at it. We feel pretty confident with the harvest success rates that we have. And we're moving to mandatory harvest reporting for a couple of reasons. One, because the public has asked for it. And two, people aren't as excited to answer cell phone calls from unknown numbers. So I feel like the data has been pretty reasonable in the past, and I think it'll hopefully get even better, and folks will have more confidence in it in the future moving forward.
Axel, I'll ask you a question. We chronically have high age on the Henrys or on any of our premium limited entry or limited entry. How come we're not seeing permit increases there, like on premium limited entry, for example?
So the permit numbers for the Henry Mountains and the Ponce-a-Gaunt are set in the statewide plan.
Why?
Because, and I'm guessing a little bit, but in the past there was so much contention and argument, so many arguments over permit numbers and making adjustments there, that I think they finally got to the point where they just said it might be easier to just set these in the plan and not fight about it every year.
Thank you. Can you provide a little update for me? There's a lot that we passed last year to the Mule Deer Committee that's underway right now. Where are we at? How many meetings have we had? How many more? And give the public when are we trying to have that done with a new statewide plan?
I'd have to look at my calendar. Russell is your Southern Region RAC rep on the Mule Deer Committee. What have we had? 4 meetings, 5 meetings? I'd have to look to tell you. I could look it up if you really want to know. I think we've got another 4. I think we had scheduled, it was 8 or 9. I think 8, and then we had one kind of unscheduled meeting that we had after the last Wildlife Board work session. At this point, we've primarily been focused on looking at data and really a lot of educational component. And I think we're finally now getting to the point where our last 4 or 5 meetings that we have left are really going to be focused on what changes do we make to strategies, where do we go. The last meeting we had, which was one that we kind of scheduled in addition to our regular schedule, was focused on bonus points and preference points and drawing systems. And we spent a lot of time, probably the last 2 meetings were largely dedicated to discussions around the bonus and preference point systems.
Dax, has the survey that the committee developed been sent out to people? Should they be seeing that in their emails?
It hasn't been sent out yet. It should be sent out to the committee this week. So I reviewed it last night. The version that I think we're sending to the committee to get a last minute check from the committee members on this week, and then hopefully get it sent out.
Jumping topics a little bit, do we have any general deer harvest data from checkpoints that are set up, more where they actually physically look at the deer, maybe age the teeth? Do we have any of that data, or is it so small it's inconsequential?
We have data from checkpoints. That's not the data that we're using in our hunt recommendations, just because it's kind of a small sample size compared to, and it's not as targeted as compared to calling hunters that had permits, known permits on known units. But we do have the hunters that come through check stations. We take some measurements, some antler measurements, get an age. We're looking at whether it's a yearling, a 2-year-old, or 3+. You can tell that pretty easy from teeth. Beyond that, it's more, we're pretty good at aging deer. Our folks that are involved in our research are pretty good at aging deer, but at the check stations, it's more rudimentary. So we have some data there, and we could share that with folks if folks are interested in it, but it's more incidental data, I think, rather than data that we really use in making the management recommendations.
Thank you. The elephant in the room is Pine Valley, which I believe we sit in the Pine Valley unit right now as we speak. When you presented on your slideshow, Southern Region, we got an extra column. As much as it made us feel special, it was yellow and it was different. So Southern Region's obviously a hot topic, and you presented it differently. So 2 questions. Did the other regions' permit recommendations for general season deer, did they reach 100% or the exact match calculation based on your models?
Most of them were quite close to it, yes. A few of the units in northern Utah that have a lot of private land, it doesn't work quite as well on some of those units because you have a lot of deer on, large, if like 50% of a unit or more is private land, it doesn't work as well. But with that being accepted, most of the rest of the units were.
And why was Southern Region different? Why did we get that extra column and explanation? I appreciate the explanation, by the way, but why?
No, I'm glad you're asking, because, one of the things, some of the feedback that we hear a lot is you're not listening to us. We hear this feedback from sportsmen in Southern Utah, largely. You're not listening to us. And I don't know if I did a good job of explaining it, when we went through the permit recommendations, but that column means we're listening to you rather than saying we're just going to follow the data and manage, to how many permits we think we could give at a maximum and still reach the objectives. We hear the hesitation from hunters in Southern Utah saying, we don't want to be that aggressive. We want to ease into it. We're still really nervous after like the bad drought, prolonged drought that we had in Southern Utah, and overall deer numbers are down still on some of our units. And so when we put this together, because we've heard that so often from this part of the state, we're sensitive to that. And we said, okay, progress, not perfection. Let's move towards doing what we do pretty much everywhere else, but maybe we can take a more gradual approach. It still obviously feels aggressive to some folks, but that's what we're trying to do, is to perhaps take a more gradual approach in this region because of the feedback we've received year after year.
Mike?
So I left my notes, but maybe you can refresh me on the Pine Valley. What was the initial jump from 23 to 24 permit numbers? What was the recommendation?
So we're recommending, so last year for 2023, there was 2,300 permits on the Pine Valley. We're recommending going to 3,400.
And then what was the yellow column? The
4,500.
4,500. So basically you're leaving what? 700? 1,100 on the table.
We're splitting the difference.
15% of those are survival or mortality. 15% of that would be mortality on 1-year-old bucks. So 125 deer under estimate, right? 200 deer primarily will get killed by natural mortality, predators, those types of things. One of the other questions on the Pine Valley unit, do we have any data back yet for what we've done with the statewide lion plan, being able to open that up. Are we eliminating more lions? And then what has been the, and maybe this a few questions on our coyotes and our coyote recovery in that area. It's a high area of coyote population. I've been down there. There is a lot of coyotes. Are we pulling those off? Are we getting enough success in that predator control to bring those deer herds and keep them in that area where we think we should be at? Lots of question. I'm sorry.
That's a lot of questions. With regard to the predator stuff, I don't know if Jason or anyone from the region can maybe help me with any specific info there. Generally, though, I looked at the survival data today to see how things are looking right now. Adult doe survival across southern region is 90+% on all the units except the Zion unit. In the Zion unit, I think we have some cougar issues on the Zion unit. We've had a lot of cougar mortality on adult does. For fawn survival, Pine Valley fawn survival right now is almost 70%. So, and that's pretty good. For the Pine Valley, that's pretty good. Jason, I don't know if you have any maybe specifics or details you can add with regard to the lion harvest or coyote take on the Pine Valley or mortality.
We have had Wildlife Services doing some flying on the Pine Valley unit. They did spend a couple days and have given us some additional coyote harvest on the unit. As far as the coyote bounty program, I don't have any data on that. I think in general, harvest through the bounty program has been down statewide. I know our check-in stations have been slow for coyote harvest. Lion harvest, I don't have any data on that.
Darren DeBlois, the Mammals Program Coordinator, presented some of the cougar harvest data at the Wildlife Board work session last week. It looks like cougar harvest is statewide. I don't know that I can speak specifically to the Pine Valley. We'd have to do some digging, but statewide is down just a touch from last year. We're seeing more harvest by trapping and spot and stock and less harvest through hounds.
Dex, I'll ask another question, and maybe Jason can jump in here. Because we don't see the model that's built, I believe it's an Excel sheet where you put all your data in and then you estimate harvest. It's a fancy Excel sheet. You put in you estimate your harvest. Your Pine Valley recommendation, Jason, saying it went to the full 100% of 4,500 permits, was that an average harvest estimation, or was that estimating low or high?
That was estimating at average harvest, and it would bring us in at the top end of the 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does.
Thank you. X, other states in the West, even general season units, they almost get nervous when they're below 40 bucks per 100 does or 45 in some states, neighboring states, Wyoming, Colorado. How can Utah general season be managed so differently? Is it strictly off of the data, or is it more social, what we become accustomed to in a buck to doe ratio?
Oh, that's a great question. And you bring up an interesting point. States like Nevada, Colorado, Idaho, or sorry, not Idaho. Idaho's more like us. Wyoming do tend to manage for higher buck to doe ratios than we manage to in Utah. Coincidentally, or maybe not, we see a lot higher prevalence of CWD, and CWD has grown at a faster rate in parts of Wyoming and Colorado. There was some analysis done a few years back looking at that, and perhaps managing at the lower buck to doe ratio might have kept our CWD prevalence down longer, but that's maybe an aside. We do our classification from the ground. Our biologists go out and hit, winter range concentration areas, try to get a representative sample from a unit, but we classify from the ground. A lot of those states classify from the air. I think there may be some differences in methodology. And in Utah, if you look back historically, we've been doing our classification the same way for a really long time. And it seems to work okay for us. If we wanted to manage for higher buck to doe ratios, we could. It just would mean a lot fewer permits.
if we pass as presented, where only a slight increase or a smaller increase on Pine Valley, for example, or any of the southern region units, would that not, if your models work, put us over objective next year and we'd be back here arguing for maybe the same thing? Because we would not fall under
Yeah,
18 to
probably.
20.
Probably.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the RAC? All right, let's go to questions from the public. We got a microphone up here. Try to keep this to questions only. We'll have plenty of time for comments, but if you have a question on this agenda item, please come up here and state your name and we'll hear your questions.
Good evening. My name is Bob, and Dax, my question is, aside from buck-doe ratios on these units where we're suggesting that we increase the number of hunting permits, how does that compare to the total unit objective? Are we above objective on all these units or below objective on these units? What's the total wildlife game for deer on those units compared to our objective? Thank you.
Oh, that's a great question. And I think sometimes the terminology that we use is confusing. We talk about objective, managing to objective, being at objective, and we have multiple objectives in our plans. We have a population objective, which is the overall number of animals in the population. And then we have buck to doe ratio objectives, where we're managing the proportion of the population that's bucks. And those are two separate things. And I think sometimes it's confusing how we use the word objective, and we might be talking about populations, we might be talking about buck to doe ratios. So most of the units in southern Utah are still, the populations are still down. So overall deer numbers are still down from where they were in 2015, 2016, 2017. You know, if you look at our statewide population, we had some really positive years, we had some good growth. You know, and I think for a lot of folks in recent times, those were probably really great years for deer hunters. We had lots of deer. Our buck to doe ratios were really high during that period of time as well, because we didn't add very many permits, even when we had growing deer populations and increasing buck to doe ratios. Our populations declined pretty substantially over the last 6 or so years. We had some really extended drought. And it drove numbers down, especially in southern Utah. The last 2.5 years, so we're probably in the middle of year 3, southern Utah has actually done quite a bit better. We're turning the corner. Populations are starting to increase. I would not say they've recovered, or our overall deer numbers have not recovered to where they were extended drought. That being said, we are exceeding the buck to doe ratio objectives, meaning the proportion of the population that's bucks. And so we're recommending hunting more bucks because you can still grow overall population numbers with proportionally fewer bucks. If we manage to the buck to doe ratios in the plans, we still have that reproductive component of the population on the landscape, the does that are getting bred, having fawns. That's what's growing your deer herd. So that terminology can be confusing. We are under the population objective on, I think, all the units in southern region. If I'm wrong, correct me, but on most of them anyways. And but we're at or exceeding buck to doe ratio on a lot of those units as well, especially if you just look at like this last year or so where we've kind of been turning the corner and seeing some growth. Does that answer? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dex. Got another public question.
Curtis Barney, I'm just a little confused on that young mortality rate between hunting bucks and them dying. So in my mind, there's half does and half bucks that are yearlings. And we talked about a more high mortality rate in that time period. If we hunt the bucks, the yearling bucks, and kill mostly yearling bucks, because that's what we're doing right now around the southern Utah. Most of these deer are yearlings. We don't have a lot of aged deer. So they're dying, or we say they're going to die, so we go out and hunt them. but yet the buck doe ratio has just went up. I watched it go up on the beaver. I'm a beaver fan, hunted for many years, and it's went up, 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 up each year. But yet you're saying we've got to go out and shoot those deer or they're going to die. But yet on the other hand, the other half of the deer that are female are not getting shot by the hunter, but our deer populations are not increasing up, 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 and that portion of the deer are not getting shot. Can you explain why?
I don't know if I follow the question exactly. I'll try and you can help me out if I miss the mark. We managed to the buck to doe ratios in the plan. Some of the bucks harvested will be yearlings. We've had conversation about mortality rates on yearling bucks, and our collar data shows that it's pretty high. But that survival data on yearling bucks is not necessarily what's really driving our recommendation. It's the observed buck to doe ratios after the season and factoring in production and survival, looking at what's coming down the pipe for the next fall. I think that piece of data, that yearling buck survival is pretty low, is something that's been part of discussions looking at, are there ways to offer more opportunity for youth? Or are there ways to harvest more of these bucks before they die? Not necessarily that you're trying to reduce overall buck numbers, but maybe you're trying to take advantage of an ephemeral resource, a resource that maybe only exists for a short period of time. So, those conversations have been focused on that. You're correct in that we don't harvest very many does on these units because we're below the population level where we'd like to be. When we do harvest does, it's a pretty limited amount, and it's usually quite surgical and specific to areas where we maybe have conflicts or issues. And it takes a minute for populations when they, like I said, we're turning the corner down here. We are turning the corner. We're seeing some good things, and it takes a minute to really turn that corner sometimes. I'm optimistic about how things look in southern Utah right now, and this could be a bad drought year, and maybe things turn the corner again. So I probably shouldn't even say that out loud. But the reality is, we want to be able to utilize the resource while we have it. You can't save it forever, and it's hard to bank bucks because some of them die every year, and that mortality rate does not include hunter harvest. That's excluding hunter harvest. So, from that standpoint, if you give a couple extra permits to folks to go out and shoot yearling bucks, it really only costs you $1 because one of them was probably going to die anyways. That's the idea, the rationale kind of behind those discussions. And I think those are probably quite separate from what we're actually discussing right now. I think it's something we're looking at and maybe taking into consideration as we develop strategies in the statewide plan. And it's not, a major driving factor in the recommendations we're making right now.
Yeah. Deck, just to confirm on that, there is a portion of the model that accounts for how old the deer is that's harvested, or we think this many yearlings are being harvested, or a guesstimate, correct?
No, we do. We take that into consideration.
Okay.
So when we look at previous year's fawn to doe ratio, and then we look at fawn survival, we can have a pretty good estimate of how many of those fawns we're going to recruit into the population the following year. And then we realize half of those will likely be does, half of those will likely be bucks. So we are thinking about that. That's not part of an observed buck to doe ratio, but that does go into the model. So, and you're correct. Beyond that, I don't think in our model we're assigning differential survival values based on age class, because we don't have really great age class data. So yeah, you're correct.
Thank you. All right, we're going to have Kevin, our regional supervisor, summarize public comments. And then we're going to do public comment after that. So if you haven't filled out a comment card for agenda item number 5, please do so at this time. Oh, come on up, state your name and ask the question. We'll let you sneak in here before the public comment.
This will be really quick and short. Branson Jackson, how are you guys, if it is a problem, going to address hunter crowding as permit numbers increase? Because already, take a rifle hunt, for example, on the sands. I'm surprised somebody hasn't been shot already. how do you guys justify, adding those permit numbers, say on that rifle hunt on Utah Hill and on the sands, an example, and not think about hunter safety and hunter overcrowding?
Oh, that's a good question. And I noticed some of the feedback we got was, this is way too many permits. We're going to be way too crowded. There's safety issues, that type of thing. And we're sensitive to that. And if we look back to 2020, 2021, 2020, like on the Zion unit, for example, 2020, we gave 3,800 permits on the Zion unit. This last year in 2023, we gave 2,300. So, it's 1,500 permits less than it was 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago. And that's the story on almost all the recommendations we're making in Southern region specifically, is the number of permits we're recommending to is still not even close to where we were 4 or 5 years ago. So I think crowding is an issue. One of the things we've done on some of the units throughout the state and some in this region was added that early general season rifle hunt, that shorter 5-day hunt that overlaps with general spike elk. I think that's something that maybe we could look at expanding that. We could look at changing splits. There's some things we could do to address crowding issues if that is something that the public wants us to do. And the numbers that we're currently at and that we're even recommending to go to are still quite a bit below historic levels. And at that point in time, we heard some crowding complaints here and there. Most folks would rather have them out into themselves, but we haven't had, mass problems or accidents. So yeah, I appreciate the concern, and it's something that we could look at, changing splits or seasons, that type of thing moving forward. That would probably be something we'd need to do in the statewide plan.
We got one more question from Vice Chair Riley here.
Thanks for letting me sneak this in. On each of our units, I know that there is a biological carrying capacity, in which we have to take into consideration. What is the fudge factor, or what is the method that the division uses, and is it the same on each unit to determine the overall population objective versus what the actual carrying capacity is? Because that's going to change every year, and at least my understanding, once the state plan is in place, we haven't had the ability to manipulate that as much on seasons when maybe we could add more, or it's a good moisture year the previous year to increase that. It feels like we've been a little bit handicapped maybe at times. So what's kind of that process, and what's the fudge factor that kind of goes into setting that overall objective versus what the habitat can actually provide for?
Yeah, so every 5 years, we have a range trend crew that goes around the state and does a really thorough analysis of our winter range. And we look at in the habitat conditions, vegetative community on our winter ranges. We look at that data. We also look at the condition of deer when we capture deer in the fall, and look at body condition. If we see really fat, healthy deer, that's an indicator we have good habitat. So we're getting assessments of habitat both from the habitat itself, and also, we're learning about habitat by looking at deer. How fat are these deer? How healthy are these deer? And we can even look at that into the context, a unit-specific context. For example, deer on the Pine Valley are never as fat as deer on the Cache. But that's okay, because the Pine Valley doesn't have the kind of winters they have in Cache Valley. So, but we can look at that and make assessments about what are we seeing in deer health. And then we also look at our habitat, look at utilization. For a lot of years, we were really focused on winter range and felt like winter range was probably our limiting factor. And on some years it is. This last year in northern Utah, winter range probably was a limiting factor. In southern region, I think one of the things we're learning through all of our collar studies and the work we're doing with deer is that perhaps summer range is more of a limiting factor on drought limited units than winter range. Winter range is still important. So when biologists, they look at that information, they look at how our deer are doing, we look at vegetative conditions, and we also looked at historical population numbers on units. A lot of our objectives were based on, looking back 10, 15, 20 years, how high has this population been? And a lot of our population objectives that we set were based on maybe a high point that we saw in the last 10 to 15 years that we felt like was realistic based on current conditions as well. It's a science and an art. We're looking at a lot of data, and we're also, you know, at some point we're sticking a pin in it too and saying, okay, here's the point. And carrying capacity can vary a lot year to year. You know, carrying capacity on the Morgan South Rich unit in northern Utah last winter dipped really low when we had a really severe winter. Carrying capacity on a unit in southern Utah might change a whole bunch if we have really great monsoon pattern weather in the fall versus if we have extended drought. So the objectives are set based on looking at habitat, looking at deers, and looking at historic numbers. And we tried to set optimistic population objectives that we felt like were realistic, but also a stretch and a push, and that we could accomplish with a lot of habitat type work, restoration work, installing guzzlers, predator management, predator control, and fingers crossed, a little bit of help from Mother Nature as well.
Thanks, Tex.
Thank you for that. I have one more question. This one's going to put you on the hot seat a little bit. With a lot of what we do, and I think I've said this over my tenure here on the RAC, a lot of what we do is social. A lot of what we do is biological. And there does seem to be, especially with some of the input that I've received from the sportsmen, you've seen some of the comments that have come in with those who may be losing faith in whether it be the division itself and the ability to manage or in the process. What do you say to that individual, that sportsman that is out there, maybe watching tonight, or what do you say to them to try to help restore that? Because we're as sportsmen, and when we're putting a lot of faith into the process and into these plans. So what do you say to those individuals that may be on the fence or maybe even over the fence? They're like, man, we don't trust you guys. We don't believe your numbers. We don't, because it is a social thing, a big part of what we're doing. I mean, I think you can see that from the numbers or the lack thereof this evening. What do you say to those individuals?
And that's the real elephant in the room. That's the real $1 million question. You know, I think it's a great question. I wish I knew the exact answer. I'd do it tomorrow. I think for a long time, the division, we really doubled down on let's get better data. You know, maybe that'll help. And we spent literally millions of dollars on collaring studies, neonate, you know, newborn studies, fawn survival, adult survival. We spend a ton of money with a lot of great partners on those projects and habitat restoration. And we still encounter a lot of skepticism and a lot of folks that frankly don't trust us. And I get some pretty intense personal insults and stuff thrown at me sometimes too. And it hurts my feelings a little bit because the folks that I work with, the folks at the division, they really do care. They genuinely are trying to do the right thing. And we're not perfect. Sometimes we get it wrong, and we'll own it and admit it and try to fix it if we do. I would challenge folks that say the division's full of it, this data is a bunch of baloney. I would challenge some of those folks, come out with us, stop by the regional office or make a call to one of the regional offices, find out who the district biologist is in the unit that you're interested in, and come out with them. When they got to go pick up a caller from a mortality, we try to pick up when we get a mortality notification, we try to pick it up within 24 to 48 hours so we can determine cause of death. And our biologists will bring you along. If your schedule's flexible, if you can make it work. When we're doing capture projects and doing health assessments and putting collars on, come hang out for the day and get to know our folks. You still might not agree with what we're trying to do, but I think they'll at least maybe get to see and learn, okay, these are folks who care. Maybe I want to manage for a higher buck-to-doe ratio, but I can see that they do care about deer. They want to do the right thing for wildlife. So if you can't stand the division, you're watching this right now, come spend some time with some of our folks and see if we can't change your mind with a little truck time. And while you're in the truck with them, ask them a million questions. Challenge every assumption that the division makes. And like I said, we're not perfect. We've got stuff to learn, but we want to learn. We're excited to learn. We want to serve sportsmen. We want to serve hunters. And honestly, this process, and especially the feedback from Southern Utah, has been tough this year because it feels like the constituents who we want to serve is pretty mad at us and pretty unhappy. And we're trying to manage to the plans. The biologists, that's their job, is to make a recommendation to manage to the plans. And then folks are really mad at them when they try to do that using what we think is really good data, probably some of the best mule deer data that any state in the West has. So it's a great question. I'm open to ideas. Come chat me up after the meeting. But I guess my initial answer would be, please come spend some time with our folks and try to have some of those conversations. And I think that works a lot better at a capture project or on a hike to pick up a caller than it works on Facebook comments or KSL comments.
Thanks, Dax, for the candid response. We have another question from the public.
Steve Carroll, live here in Cedar City. I do agree with a couple of the comments prior to, in terms of, just doesn't make logical sense to me on the Pine Valley to think about probably the most vulnerable of all the bucks, the yearling bucks, 50% mortality, and yet we want to try to harvest because we feel like we're going to leave them on the landscape if we don't. Those are the bucks that eventually become older age class, and if we focus on killing too many of those, we're just going to continue to struggle. And I have hunted the Zion unit multiple times over the years, and I am one of those guys that get out early in the morning, and by the time sun up, sometimes down by the Coral Pinks, I'll look around and there'll be 8 other hunters within about 300 or 400 yards of me. Overcrowding is an issue, and on a unit that has quite a bit of private land, we're going to struggle trying to increase those tags. The other question I had, I think you had kind of already said that we haven't turned the corner yet. We've just came out of an extreme drought, and which the division has no control of, none of us have control over, and yet we want to increase those tags at that percentage. I would ask this question: when we had the heavy snows up north, and what did we lose? Do you have an idea of kind of what the mortality was on the northern unit?
Depends on the unit. Some units it was pretty intense. Like the cache, I think it was 50-60% mortality.
Did we decrease those tags 50 to 60% based on the mortality?
We didn't.
And yet we're finally turning the corner here, and we're still under objective, and we're trying to increase these tags considerably more. It doesn't, if we have a formulation in terms of how we manage, it seems like it was kind of skewed up north where we didn't cut the tags, I think personally. And that has nothing to do with your management down here, but we didn't cut the tags proportionately up north because of the snow, and yet we're trying to increase these tags just disproportionately. We need to let these animals recover, I feel, and give them a chance to have more animals on the landscape, older age class, everything like that. We just, these animals struggle with all the technology, and then then some of the management plans. And I agree with you 100%. You guys are. So I just want to compliment. I do believe you guys, your heart is in the right place, and you guys do oftentimes manage only, based on a plan. And sometimes that plan probably doesn't even, you don't agree with that plan, but you guys are oftentimes handcuffed. So I do want to thank you, all of you guys, for all your service. But I just think logic sometimes, tells me, otherwise, in terms of, some of the tag recommendations and stuff. Thank you.
One more question.
Dax, did your cut in the north on the cache land the buck to doe ratio where it should have been inside the plan?
It's a little above. So this last year, the cache is managed for 15 to 17. It came in at 19 this last year. So, and that's one of the tricky things, is kind of this separating what's happening with the population and what's happening with bucks. They are related. If your population declines and buck harvest stays constant, your buck to doe ratio will go down. And if your population is growing and you keep or yeah, and you keep buck harvest the same, your buck to ratio will go up. So they are related, but how we're hunting bucks isn't what's driving our populations up or down. And how we're hunting bucks, if we're managing in the teens, that's not prohibiting a herd from recovering or growing. So, and I totally understand, in Southern Utah, especially, folks are still really sensitive to some of the big declines we saw. And it feels a little scary to increase buck hunting when you want to grow more deer. And we can still grow deer at 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does. We don't have to be at 22 or 24 plus bucks per 100 does to grow deer populations. So I understand where folks are coming from. I hope folks can understand where the division is coming from. We are sensitive to the way folks feel.
Thanks, Dax. All right, let's summarize online public comment.
Okay, let me start. First, complimenting the RAC and the public. The questions tonight were really good. And I think they drilled into a lot of the issues that came through the public comments that were online. The public comments largely reflect what we heard here tonight. I think many of us read every one of them. It was about 3-to-1 in terms of the ratio of, well, first of all, we had about 50 people that commented online. And it was about a 3-to-1 ratio in terms of people that strongly disagreed with the recommendations, largely expressing frustration with increasing the number of tags, a lot of the same questions that we saw here tonight. But there were about a third of the people or a quarter of the people that strongly agreed, that with the sentiment of we want to go hunt. But again, that was a small minority compared to those that expressed their opinion the other way. If a score of 3 was just people being neutral, the overall score on the weighted average was just over 2, indicating that there's not a lot of support for the recommendations.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to public comment at this time. The first public comment does not want to address the board publicly, but I'm going to read that comment. And the comment is, we need to increase our buck to doe ratios and stop deer mortality from roads and coyotes. Please do not increase tags for Southern Utah. Okay, up first in person, we have Bob Ott. He'll be followed by Kevin Norman. If you're representing yourself, you'll have 3 minutes. If you're representing on behalf of an organization, we'll give you 5 minutes. So please step up to this microphone, Bob, and
thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this. I guess my biggest concern with this proposal is that having come out of the drought years that we have, and we've got a couple of years with some additional recruitment finally in our deer herds, it just doesn't seem like we should begin to increase our hunting pressure on those herds until we can build the total numbers up some. And I've heard that, yeah, well, there's going to be some yearling buck mortality. We just as well take them. Well, for every yearling buck that's taken by a hunter, that means the predators have to take does. Something has to, they have to eat. Something has to be taken. So it would seem like it'd be very difficult to continue really growing our deer herds back where they need to be if we overkill our younger deer. I just have some concern that I'd like to see our wildlife herds here in the southern units get to be a little bit more vibrant, higher numbers, return back to where we used to have deer populations here. There's a significant sentiment against the division with just about everyone that I visit with about this issue. When I attended a wildlife board meeting last fall, there were 2 legislative representatives there. Well, why do you think there's 2 legislative representatives there? They're getting some feedback from the public that things aren't all well with what's happening to the deer herds in Utah and central and southern Utah. So somehow we have to work our way through this, and I just think it's premature to try taking more early. I would prefer that we try and let it cool a little bit, grow some more deer, see if we can't get our populations up. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on that.
Thank you. Kevin Norman up now. He'll be followed by Curtis Barney.
Kevin Norman representing SFW. We had our fulfillment committee meeting. We talked from one end of the spectrum to the other, from the side of why don't we go with the higher yellow column of numbers in the south to is it too much of an increase on the Pine Valley? Ultimately, we landed where we support the division's recommendations. So that's SFW's official stance. I want to add, I think Dax nailed it in his last comments. You know, this is so educational to come out to these meetings. I wish more people was here to learn of these issues and spent more time with the biologists like Dax mentioned. It's an eye opener. I've been doing it for a bunch of years now, riding along, learning, and it's pretty eye opening what these guys deal with, what they go through, that their heart is in it, and it's commendable. And I appreciate the division and their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. And that's the last comment card I have on this agenda item.
Curtis Barney, I represent the mule deer on the Beaver Mountain. Hopefully that qualifies me for 5 minutes. The mule deer said it would. I've been a hunter on the mule deer or on the beaver unit for 50 years. I'm concerned about the number of tags being allotted or suggested. I'm concerned about the total number of deer on the beaver unit and of all southern Utah. I visit a lot of these areas. I'd like to remember two things when I talk today. Number one, Dax said, we're just turning the corner. Keep that fresh in your mind. We're just turning the corner. Number two, when the question was asked about, I can't remember, maybe Riley, you did it, why so many bucks per 100 does on the Henrys? And the answer was, we have to follow the statewide mule deer plan. Keep those two things in mind. On the beaver unit, it's managed for a target number of 14,400 deer. Target number means to me a goal. And we didn't make that goal. We're at 9,400 right now, which is 65% of where we could be. I'm assuming if we were at capacity. 65% is not a lot. On the beaver unit, we have thousands of acres of bitterbrush and browse and water. We got a buffet sitting there with no customers to come to partake of it. We'll take any darn customer we can get. Buck, doe, fawn, rabbit, we'll take them because we don't have any deer. They're not there. The deer numbers are not there. I can drive from Panguish to Richfield. You have been there many times across the Butch Cassidy area there in Circleville, 200, 300 deer in their fields. We don't even worry about hitting a deer anymore. They're not there. Where did they go? They haven't changed their domain. There just isn't deer. Keep that in mind. We're at 65% of capacity. The next thing the statewide plan says for the beaver, it says the beaver is a general unit and will be managed to maintain and will be managed. Didn't say could be, should be, might be. It says and will be managed to maintain a 3-year average post-season buck-doe ratio of 18 to 20 does. Look at your chart and look where the beaver unit falls. Right now, we're at 17.5. We are the exact lowest in the state. We are the lowest in the state at 17.5. We didn't even make the 18. Remember when I said back a minute ago, we're just turning the corner. We're not at the objective. This says will be. Doesn't say you have a choice. Will be to mean when you go out and do a job, you will get it done. We're not at 18. In fact, in 2020, we were at 14. In 2021, we were at 15. In 2023, just this last year, we made it to 17.5. The DWR last year wanted to recommend 300 more tags. This group didn't recommend them. If we'd have gave 300 more tags, do you think we'd be sitting at 17.5 today? No, we'd harvest 100 more bucks or 120 more bucks. We'd be down at 17 or 16.5. We're not even to the number that we said we should be, and it says we will be managed to those numbers. I've been a hunter, and I go out every year in the winter, just like the officers do, and I look at the deer after the post hunts and look at how many bucks there are and try to find a deer that might suit my needs. I haven't shot a deer since 2010 that might suit my needs for the next year that I might look for. I can honestly tell you on the beaver unit right now, snapshot of November and December, there was not maybe one buck that I would even start to look at. There was deer herds that did not have any bucks in with them at all. 7 and 8 doe, not a lot of doe, but no bucks in with them all. How you could count, I think they got 20 bucks this past year on the beavers, their count, which made the average come up to 17.5. There's just no way. There's no way you could have 20 bucks in a count of 400, that's 80 bucks and 400 deer. They're not there on the beaver unit. We're held to the state management plan on the Henrys. We should be held to the state management plan on the beaver. I would recommend that we do not add any more tags. We've just turned the corner. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. All right, we're going to close public comment and open it up for RAC discussion. RAC members, keep in mind we do have 3 members on the virtual meeting as well. And we'll ask them to raise their hand if they have a question or would like to make a comment. RAC discussion. Chuck?
I want to reiterate when I start something that Dax said, that if to spend some time with the biologists. I've been out with them when they collar some deer, when they check the fats. It is educational. I've talked to all of the biologists in the southern region in the last week or two, some of them 2 or 3 times, and they're very willing to talk to you. They'll spend their time explaining stuff and the rationale for why they're doing stuff. And so I think it's important that we do that. If you use them, they want to help. They want to answer your questions. I do have a couple of concerns with a couple of our smaller units. I think overall, I guess I support the proposal. I don't really feel like I support the moving to the yellow column. Maybe you should have made that green, Dax. But I think the Dutton unit and the Thousand Lake unit, I feel like they're struggling, and I'm not real specifically those. I would not want to see in the yellow at all. I just don't want those moved up. So if we do any adjustments, I think those 2 units need to stay fairly low. They're not habitat limited. It doesn't appear like, especially on the Dutton, there's just a ton of food there, and not the deer numbers there. So I guess that's where I said I support the overall proposal, but I don't support moving those units up very much at all. So that's where I'm at.
Thanks, Chuck. Go ahead, Bart.
I'm heading up to Salt Lake for water rights training. Sorry I can't make it there. I really appreciated hearing all the comments and the questions from the public. I also was concerned about the large increases in some of the units, and the comment that we're just turning a corner, and then the follow-on comment that we could turn another corner, which implies that, Mother Nature could just make it worse next year. And we're trying to, take more from the herd. And we don't know what the next season is going to be like. So to me, it just doesn't make sense to make those large increases. And I'm generally not in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Bart. Other RAC discussion? Okay, I'll speak. Couple of things about the whole presentation. I felt like we were singled out as a southern region, almost picked on, if you will, by getting a yellow column. And I understand the intentions were not that. But watching previous RAC meetings from the northern and the central, it shed a lot of light on the southern region, and there were a lot of opinions formed. Now, I realize we're united as a state of Utah, and we all have a right as residents to said resources. I don't think the southern region should dictate what the southern region does, and the northern should be able to do their own. Otherwise, they should just secede and build their own state. But I do feel like we were singled out negatively, that the southern region has a lot of voices that are going to scare the division, if you will, to not follow the biology. And me personally, I commend and believe in our biologists, and I believe in your data and your models to the effect that I expect you to stand to it and say, if we're going to push this through the public process and we're going to get social participation and input, then tell us what the computer spits out. I hate to make you sound like a computer, but tell us your numbers, tell us you believe them, and let us deal with the consequences rather than meeting in the middle because we've got this southern Utah child that is a different animal. So those are my personal feelings. We've long asked for a third tier of general season units. It's obviously been shown that premium limited entry and limited entry are in my mind a joke for deer hunting in Utah because they're so limited in number. We used to talk about them a lot because we all had general season deer tags in our pocket. Now we don't have general season deer tags in our pocket every year. So we focus on general and we forget about premium limited entry. We're wasting deer. We don't adjust permit numbers and we just kind of forget about it. So yes, we come to these meetings to talk general season. So we've asked for a third tier. It's been asked by many constituents because limited entry is so far out of reach above and beyond general season. And so I hate that this is the way that we manage for a third tier, and it's by adjusting permit numbers to keep our buck to doe above 20 for a lot of these southern regions. I don't think that's right, but it is what the public is commenting and asking us to do because there's not a way in the plan to do that. So if any members of the Mule Deer Committee are watching, please consider that. I don't want the division to lose any credibility by meeting in the middle. And I know in the past it's been a social recommendation. Socially, we'd like to recommend this. But now that we have the data, and let's just stand behind it. I am not envious of those on the Mule Deer Committee. They have a lot to tackle, and a lot of it will be hopefully implemented by 2025. But the public is asking for it, and we need to trust what we have. So those are my introductory comments. Riley?
Thank you. I appreciate the division. I appreciate the public for the comments. I'm one of those that read through every single response to the survey. I've received a lot of texts, several phone calls, either from sportsmen, concerned individuals, even other members of the RAC that couldn't be here, trying to brainstorm and talk about some of this. I've been on the RAC for a long time now, and the very first year that I was on here, I was a little bit starstruck by some of the public comment and input, and it goes back to the very same thing that we're talking about today, which is quantity versus quality. And the real answer is there's not a real answer. You have those sportsmen who are wanting a better quality hunt, a more successful hunt, an opportunity at a bigger deer, an older deer. You have those individuals who have children now that aren't even interested in hunting because they can't draw a tag. And so we just are looking for that opportunity for them to go out and to hunt. And so anytime you start talking about tag increases in overall numbers, it's like putting a cat in a burlap sack a little bit. And I'm kind of torn, I'll be honest. My personal feelings are somewhere in between. I'm okay. I hunted every year from the time I could hunt. I have my own children who haven't had that opportunity. And I want them to have that opportunity. And I want to kill a big deer. And they're even in my own household, we're struggling with finding what that balance is. And I think that the division does need to have more credit. And I appreciate some of the things that have been said in regards to giving them the props that they need. They are working within the parameters that have been set and have been legislated. I don't always agree with those. I'm very vocal about it. I don't agree with them now. I feel like a lot of times our biologists and our good men and women in the division are handicapped by some of those things. That doesn't matter. That's just an opinion, and everybody has one. Mine doesn't mean that it's right. That being said, there are some of these specific units that have always been social, and so I'm a little bit on the. I appreciated Austin's comments, and I'm a little bit on the other side of it. I'm okay if the whole rest of the state labels us as the redheaded stepchild. I don't care. That's what I appreciate most about the southern region is we're not scared to get up and say what we feel because we're so damn passionate about it. And I love that about it. I'm somewhere in the middle. There are some of these units that I'm concerned about. It's not that I doubt the numbers that the division is showing us. It's not that I doubt the super NASA spreadsheet that we're using to determine the numbers or any of those things. It's that I've got boots on the ground and I've got kids out there, and there are some concerns that our deer herd is not where it needs to be. I have a Martin Luther King dream that if we can get this deer herd statewide to this huge number, whatever that carrying capacity is, then you're going to have both the quantity and the quality. That's the only way I see us being able to find that balance is to increase, because everything that we've talked about today says that if we increase the overall objectives, we can get the deer herds up to where they need to be, then you're going to have better quality. You're going to have more opportunity. That's the only thing that works. You got to put more groceries on the shelf. I don't know exactly what the process is to make that happen, but that's my personal feelings. Let's get more deer out there. You get 600,000 head of deer in the state of Utah, we can have more lions. That means more lion hunts. You get that many more deer in each of these units, and that means there is more tags. There are larger deer. And I don't know how to go about that. And I'm not suggesting that we figure that out right now, but I think that should be the long-term goal if we're talking about quantity versus quality. In this meeting in particular, I do have some concerns on individual units. Our counterparts have mentioned some of them. Some of the public have mentioned some of those as well. And I would be open to, if someone were to make a motion on those, because I don't know enough about those individual units. But if someone were to make a motion, I'm not sure that I would oppose that if it was a decrease in those tags that have been presented.
Thanks, Riley. Mike?
So I'd like to echo some of this and thanks to our division. And I got to spend some time with them this fall and this winter and some classifications and getting out and doing some collared studies. That being said, some of the numbers that have been thrown out tonight and some of the survival rates of 90%, 80 to 90%, and as the gentleman spoke just a minute ago about turning the corner. I would hope that we're turning the corner in the comments and what we're looking at and what we're seeing in our data. Analytics and data statisticians and those type of people crunch those types of numbers, and hopefully we're seeing an uptick. But echoing that and echoing talking to our constituents and the sportsmen and everybody, there's a little bit viable data there that maybe we don't inform ourselves enough as the public. That being said, if you look in this room, there's about 15 people from the public here. The rest is division. You guys are here to inform yourself. I'm here to inform myself, and I've dug in my own data. Calling and talking to the division, they have some formulated data, and visiting with them and spending the time in the ground. As Riley mentioned about, following suit with some of these recommendations and having the you call it the child in the room, or the what you call it with the yellow column there of where we should be at and where we shouldn't be at in our management plan. If we should be at that date, at that level, possibly that's where we should be at, but we need to formulate some more information for the public in order to stand behind that as we go into the field. Maybe these deer have changed drainages, maybe they've moved, maybe the pressure, the public pressure that we have that we never let up on our deer herds. We talk about the individuals that spent all winter out there. That's pressure against our deer herd. We're trying to have fawns. We're trying to calve cows or calves with our elk. We never back off the pressure in the field. 25 years ago, and in the comments and some of the conversations that I've had, 25 years ago, there's more now today side by sides per capita in each county than there is vehicles. Side by sides, four-wheelers. We never, ever give up and leave those deer and animals alone. So my suggestion and making a motion on that, I feel like we maybe should harbor back just a little bit, not go to the full potential on these permit numbers, and maybe give them a chance. And I get that we have to manage off of our management plan, but let's see what 1 year and back off. And as public, and I hope there's a lot of people listening out there, let's back off a little bit. If we like to be out in the outdoors, I get it. But as a child, we spent it on the hoof. We spent it in, we were out hiking, we were out doing things. We weren't going up and down dirt roads at 70 miles an hour on side-by-sides with the neatest stereo system going, blaring full bore going into these units in these areas. Mule deer, you look at species that react that way, they're trying to evolve, but I said it in the fall, we are out technologying our animals. And we need, as the public society, to take a step back. The sportsmen are saying it. Let's see what a little bit of 1 year will do. What if we can just rein it back a little bit? We've got the perfect opportunity. We came out of a mild winter. We're having some spring rains. Maybe we get that extended drought, but I've seen it firsthand on some of these deer. We're packing a ton of fat coming out of the winter range. If we can get them into the summer range, get some summer restoration habitat going for deer, all of our animals, maybe we'll turn the corner just a little bit more next year and move forward with it. So my recommendation would be that when we make a motion.
Thanks, Mike. We'll go to Verlin.
As a rancher and a veterinarian, it looks to me like the thing that a lot of people are overlooking is the fact that we don't need a lot of bucks to breed those does. It'll all depend more on the range, body condition that they're in when they're breeding. I don't see a problem by hunting a few more bucks. That eliminates, it helps with the habitat. There's not so many animals eating, and even, and that's all depending on drought and the rain that we're hoping to get. As he said about the predator control, I think we've got we're in a good place there, especially if there's less reports on, people turning in coyotes. I've found that here in our area. I think the coyote numbers are down. Not sure about the cougars, and another thing, it's hard to increase the quantity when you're trying to raise trophy bucks. So, some of those big bucks, they'll be smart enough to get past the hunters, and then they'll be there to breed the majority of the does because they can whip off the younger bucks. But still, you're going to have those younger bucks, and they can cover a normal amount of does, and so I'm not worried about increasing the number of bucks. And I know each of us have a pet area that we really like and that we talk about and that we hunt and that's well and good. And maybe we should make a motion for every unit, but I just think that killing a few more bucks isn't going to make a difference as far as the decreasing the amount of deer. The does can be covered by less bucks, and that's how it works, whether it's cattle, sheep, or wildlife. Thanks.
Thanks, Verlin. Any other RAC discussion? Brooklyn?
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to talk about a lot of the habitat work that's been happening, and I think the importance that comes out of that. I mean, there's a lot of data collection and stuff that goes into those projects and a lot of thought that goes into the habitat improvement. And I think that those are very important things that need to be brought up in these discussions, just because the science is ever changing and we're always learning. And so I think that that's important. I can definitely talk to agency contention, and I'm super grateful that all of you are here to learn and to bring forward these discussions, and definitely come with your questions, because we just don't see a lot of that. And so thank you again for coming. And that would just be one of my things, that a lot of restoration stuff is happening. And I think we'll see a lot of change and good data come from it.
Thank you. No other discussion. We could start entertaining some motions. Stump. Cut. Oh, you rolled up like you were thinking of a motion.
Yeah, I motion that we accept the division's proposal as stated.
I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion from Chuck to accept the deer permit recommendations as presented, and a second by Chad. Discussion on the motion? Group sounds like they're ready to vote. All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Just a second.
Riley.
Some of the units that were discussed, these are not units that I'm familiar with or that I hunt. If there are any of those individuals on the RAC that have any thoughts on those, I would like those before the vote.
We've got Bryant Johnson, our fellow RAC member that has joined us recently, and he has his hand raised. Bryant, go ahead.
Can you hear me, Austin?
Yep, we got you loud and clear.
There's just some of those units that we got a lot of feedback on that, and I hunted three of the units that I heard a lot of feedback on. And I do think the deer are doing a little better, but there's just a lot of small deer. And we do have a big majority want to hunt small deer. We have a big majority want to hunt better deer. And three of the units I was on last year, the Pine Valley, the Zion, and the Monroe. And I'm not going to speak to the Monroe. I think it's the increase is not that big an increase on the Monroe, but the Pine Valley, the Beaver, the Zion, the Pavant, some of those are getting a huge increase, just as I think they're starting to get a few more mature deer, the Boulder. And I don't think we need to increase those tags right now on those units. And the Zion, we did see a lot of small bucks when we hunted down there. The Pine Valley, the same. I hunted 2 different hunts on the Pine Valley with my daughter, and we just seen a lot of little bucks. I think we seen one 4-point the whole time, and he was a young deer. Not that we seen every deer on the unit, but there is room on those units for more deer, according to how the habitat is. Why not let it be some of these younger bucks, that get to go further in their lives and that before we go after them. So I would like to see those units not get approved for the recommendation. And that's just kind of a comment I have. I've kind of been listening to this. I didn't get logged in until just now, but anyway, I appreciate the chance to speak.
Thanks, Bryant. So we have a motion on the floor with a second. We could entertain any amendments or go ahead with the vote on the motion. All right, let's do a roll call vote. This is to pass recommendations as presented. Start with Russell. That's a yes from Russell. Chuck? Rachel? Yes from Rachel. Riley? That's a no. Mike? A no from Mike. Brooklyn? Yes from Brooklyn. Verlin?
Yes.
Bart?
No.
Chad?
Yes.
And Bryant?
No.
Six to 4, motion passes. Is my math correct on that? All right. Any of those that voted no would like to share anything else in regards to that besides what you've already shared? Riley, Mike? Nope. Okay. Well, that ends agenda item number 5. Thank you. Thank you, Dax, for your presentation there. We're going to move on to agenda item number 6. Give Dax a little break. Bring up Mr. Rusty Robinson, the once in a lifetime species coordinator.
Thank you. Good to be here. This is the recommended permits for all the once in a lifetime species for the 2024 seasons. Tried to highlight some of the bigger changes and recommendations this year in the presentation. Probably the one that to bring attention to is the Mineral Mountains. We are hunting that this year for the first time and recommended 2 permits. We are recommending some pretty big decreases on the high Uintas mountain goat hunts. And the reason for that is I had a pretty, as I'm sure we all remember, pretty bad winter. Those goats took it a little harder than others. And some of those units were seeing a 25 to 30% decrease in the overall population. Hence the recommended decrease in permits. Also recommended some pretty big cuts on really all of the bison hunts. And couple different reasons for that. The Henry Mountains, we're trying to get back to the objective that's outlined in the unit plan. We've been running that pretty low with a few years of drought, and we're trying to slowly work our way back up to the objective in the plan there. And so it's kind of a addition by subtraction there. And then the Book Cliffs, primarily in the roadless portion of the Book Cliffs. We've had some issues there where we've hunted that pretty aggressively, and it seems like the bison are catching on, and we're getting some hunts with pretty low success. And we committed to the board to kind of reevaluate the season structure out there and make some changes. And in the meantime, that we would reduce some permits until we've got a better handle on how we're going to hunt that moving forward. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Rusty. Questions from the RAC members? I know I have a couple, Rusty.
Yeah.
How come, I know we made a motion, it was about a year ago, and I don't believe it passed the board, but I know it passed this RAC, so I want to bring it up. And the motion passed unanimously that anytime a once in a lifetime species hunt was offered, we asked for there to be at least 2 permits issued to residents. And that was to help with point creep and allow those 1 permit to be issued in the bonus draw, in the 50% split, and the other tag to go random. And now I see multiple hunts for sheep and goat that do not have that. Was that considered? And can you shed some light on that for us?
Do you have a specific hunt you're thinking of?
I believe there's 2 goat hunts now that only have 1 resident permit. And then there's 1 desert sheep hunt that only has 1.
Probably the San Juan or something like that.
I believe it's San Juan River.
Yeah. I can speak to goat hunt for sure. That's Willard Peak. We really had a pretty big decline in that population up there, and so we don't want to take the hunt completely off the books and make it go away, but we do want to let that population recover, especially where there's the potential to harvest a female nanny in that hunter's choice hunt. And so that's an effort to just keep the harvest as minimal as possible and still keep it on the books. And there's goats there to hunt, don't get me wrong, but it is, in kind of recovery mode. San Juan is similar. It's low density sheep. They're spread out over large areas. And I think we always want to have that bonus permit if at all possible, but these are kind of extenuating circumstances.
Thank you. Any other questions from the RAC? Questions from the public? Verlin, go ahead.
Yeah, on the Book Cliffs, are there livestock AUMs out there too?
I believe there are. I bet. I hate to bring Dax back up. He just went through a lot, but there's grazing on the Book Cliffs, cattle grazing. I don't know exactly where those are or how many AUMs or any of that. Can you help me out there, Dax?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but I've managed the Book Cliffs herd for a lot of years. Yeah, there's livestock grazing. There currently isn't any livestock grazing in the Little Creek, the roadless portion of the Book Cliffs, but the rest of the Book Cliffs is covered with federal grazing allotments.
All right. The other question is so you're not at least one place or whatever in the Book Cliffs, you're not hunting at all. How are you going to manage the population?
So we are still hunting the roadless portion of the Book Cliffs. We just, all those hunts are still open. We've just recommended a decrease in those permits to kind of reduce some hunter pressure in there. We had an issue this last fall where one of the hunts, it was the cow only muzzleloader hunt. None of the hunters harvested a bison, nor did they see a cow bison on their entire hunt. And so we went to the board and and asked for an extension to that hunt. So those hunters are hunting it again this year. And we committed to not add more permits on top of that particular hunt, but also to reduce some of the pressure on those other hunts so that when those bison move into that roadless area from the tribe, they don't get immediately bumped back out. And we will continue to hunt that unit moving forward. We've just got to reevaluate the pressure we're applying and the timing and that sort of thing.
Okay, thanks.
Rusty, just to go along with that, if this Book Cliffs roadless area hunt or Little Creek is as difficult as it's setting up to be with the closure on the south end of the trailhead, we're communicating that so we don't have to do another extension. Is that correct? Are they going to receive any provisions up to their hunt as far as returning their tag outside of what they can already do?
So no, we're just trying to get the information out at this point. It's in Hunt Planner. We added some language in Hunt Planner for anybody that looks up those hunts. We also added a little disclaimer when you apply for any of the hunts in the roadless portion of Book Cliffs, that Seago trailhead is going to be inaccessible with the cancellation of that tribal agreement. And so with that said, the 10-mile knoll access point is still there. You can still access from the north, just depending on where you want to go. That it could be a longer ride to get there.
Thanks.
But we're trying to get that word out as much as possible.
One other thing I know was brought up from this RAC, mainly in regards to once in a lifetime. Last year, we had asked for the expo permit numbers to really be shown on these permit recommendations. And can you tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe they are not. It's still a separate document. And these numbers we approved today include the 200 expo permits that are already taken out. Is that correct?
Correct. So the permits that are published in the RAC packet include the expo permits as part of, in and of itself, it is a public draw still. But you're right. Moving forward, we've been asked to reevaluate that, and that will be forthcoming just to make it to this RAC and board cycle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the RAC or the public? All right, let's summarize public comment. Agenda item number 6.
Okay, thank you. Not a lot of comment on this. 15 people commented online. Generally in support, not a lot of written comments, but of the 15, 10 of the people that indicated their level of support, 10 either strongly agreed or somewhat agreed, and the other 5 were neutral. So overall, really no opposition to this.
Thank you. We'll open it up to public comment. I only have one public comment card, and that's Kevin Norman. Go ahead now, Kevin. You'll have 5 minutes if you're representing an organization.
Yeah, Kevin Norman representing SFW. I'm going to need 6 minutes because we support the division's recommendations as presented. Thanks.
We didn't get the timer going in time, but thank you, Kevin. All right, we'll open it up for RAC discussion around agenda item number 6. Verlin, go ahead.
Well, the last discussion we talked, we've turned the corner, maybe we've turned the corner, but I'm concerned about cutting the permits on the Henrys in half from last year. We've got a little grass growing now, but the browse hasn't came back, and there's a lot of that ground, that country hasn't recovered yet. So I just, I'm a little concerned that we're going to go up in numbers too fast. I worry about the count that we do with the airplane and the helicopter. We're always missing bunches of buffalo, and I don't trust the model that good, because every now and then we'll count most of the buffalo, or then you have to adjust it and hunt more. But I think you're too aggressive on that number, cutting it back in about half of what it was last year. Thanks.
Thanks, Verlin. Maybe I could ask a clarifying question with that. Cutting the permits on the Book Cliffs, Little Creek area, that's more in regards to population being down, harder to hunt on the animals, correct?
The Little Creek South or the Bitter
Little Creek South.
Little Creek South is more a function of, yeah, we've been applying a lot of pressure back to back to back to back, and we're pushing bison out of the unit. And so that's why the reduction there until we reevaluate our hunt structure.
Contrast that for me with the Henry Mountains. The cuts there are not because we've lost a bunch of bison or they left. We want to increase back to the objective number. Is that correct?
Correct. So the current unit plan calls for an adult population of 325 individuals. We've been running that as far as down as 270 during drought years, issued some additional drought permits. And then last year we were managing it at about 290. And so now that we've got some precipitation back on the mountain and some grass growing, like Verlin mentioned, this is an effort to bring it closer to what the plan calls for objective wise. So this would be projecting at about 310 individuals.
And Rusty, how often does a count happen? Say we don't kill quite as many bison, we hit that objective. Will we know that next year so we can adjust permits, or is there a lag?
We've been flying it every year. And with this unit plan, we also have the ability, it's written into the plan where if we fly it this summer and it looks like with harvest and everything, we project we're going to be over that objective number, we can issue additional permits, bring them through that fall rack and add them onto those hunts so additional people could go and hunt and harvest more bison if we needed to. So there's a couple little fail safes built into that plan. One's drought permits if we've got if dry conditions, and number two is if we're over that, we can just issue additional permits going into fall.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Verlin.
I wasn't able to make it to the committee meeting this year. Every time we meet, we press you guys to count in the winter and maybe use infrared cameras, something that we can, because down on the Henrys with that heavy cover, we miss a lot of buffalo when we count. Is that gone anywhere?
It was brought up again at the most recent meeting, and yeah, I think we're open to try anything to get better data, and it's something we could definitely look at moving forward.
Thanks, Rusty. Any other RAC discussion? Some RAC members remember that motion last year about requiring at least 2 permits. I'm not the only one that remembers that, right? All right. Any other discussion, or we'll entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion to go with the recommendations as presented.
We got a recommendation from Mike to accept once in a lifetime permit recommendations as presented, with a second by Riley. Any discussion needed? All right, we'll do a vote. Show of hands here in the room. All in favor? Unanimous in the room. Verlin?
No.
A no vote from Verlin. I got to raise a hand as a yes from Chad, correct?
Correct.
And Bart
Yes.
and Bryant.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 9-1. Verlin, do you want to share anything else besides what you've already shared about your no vote?
No, just the buffalo on the Henrys and a little worried about the Book Cliffs, hoping they don't become what we're dealing with in the Henrys. Thanks.
Thanks, Verlin. All right, that ends agenda item number 6. Thank you, Rusty. We're going to take a quick 7-minute break, use the restroom, and then we'll go on to item number 7, which is elk permits. Welcome back. We're going to continue on with agenda item number 7, which is the elk permit recommendations for 2024. The presenter online was Dax Mingus, the big game coordinator. Any clarification needed before we open it for questions?
Nope, we can just dive in and help facilitate a good discussion.
Sounds good. Thank you. Any questions from the RAC? I got a question. Late archery bull permits for elk. That was something new in the statewide plan. And it appeared that harvest was very low, which was to be expected, a December hunt in archery. But did some of the biologists, were they cautious to increase? I guess my fearfulness is that we get stagnant with some of these new hunts, kind of like we've done with hams and other opportunities. They just stay status quo forever. So have the biologists had a chance to increase those, or do they want more multiple years worth of data? And did we take the age off those bulls and include it anywhere, or is it not included?
Great questions. So yeah, we implemented as part of the new statewide elk plan, the 2023 hunts were the first year under the new statewide elk plan. We implemented initially, I think 5 permits per unit, or it was a little higher on the Mantine Wasatch, if I remember right, for that December archery hunt. Success rate came back. I think it was 16% of permits filled, 17% success rate. So some folks turned those permits back in. The biologists looked at that. I think some of them, we had kind of just dipped our toe in the water. Some of them were willing to go a little deeper, and some of them were a little more hesitant and wanted to maybe look at it in case we'd had, unusual conditions or something. They wanted to maybe look at a couple years worth of data before they got much more aggressive on that. Those ages are not factored in on our average age for the limited entry permits. I can get those ages. I have them in a spreadsheet somewhere. I'd have to dig around. I can get them, but they're not factored in the average age for our limited entry permit recommendations.
Thank you. Can you help me understand on a unit like the Beaver East? It's a unit close to here. We substantially increased the permits again last year under the new plan to try to drive that age objective down. And the age objective jumped even higher, correct? Over 9 years old on the average.
Yeah. I think, and this is one of the things that I think we had suspected and was part of what drove some of the changes to the age objectives we made in the statewide plan. On some of these units, we really have probably a surplus of some of these older bulls that perhaps aren't as big. Some of the data we looked at, looking at ages and versus Boone and Crockett scores. So, antler size versus age. Most bull elk have pretty much realized their potential with regard to antler size they realized 90% of it by 6.5, and they're pretty much there by 7.5. And that's part of why we lowered the age objectives on some units. We feel like we could still offer opportunities at great bulls without having to manage for 8.5-year-old bulls. And that data was a big data set over 20 years, looking at elk hunts, thousands of elk that were scored and aged at a lab from Canada to Arizona, from the Canadian border in Montana to Arizona. The average bull is about a 320 bull. So they score about 320 on the Boone and Crockett scale. And so I think a lot of the bulls that were harvested that were old and probably drove our age objective up were maybe bulls that weren't that big, but were old and had been previously passed by hunters that were more selective, looking for a larger antlered bull. We had a bull harvested this year on the Boulder unit that was aged at the lab at 19. I think it's the oldest bull we've had an age back on ever in Utah. And it was about a 310 bull, scored about 310. So sometimes those really old bulls are not necessarily the biggest bulls, and maybe hunters were passing on those bulls before when we were more restrictive with permits. And as we put more permits into hunts that are arguably tougher, maybe hunters are being less selective and harvesting more of those older bulls that perhaps don't score as high. That's one possible explanation.
So Dex, looking at this quantum computer that does your permit calculations now, it's not an Excel spreadsheet, but when we're looking at elk, I'm contrasting it to deer. Deer, we can project, take this many off, we're going to end up here in the objective. With elk, is it more reactive? We can only look back. If Mike Wardle recommends so many more beaver elk tags, it's strictly a guess on where we're going to fall age objective. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, so with deer, we have a lot of data. We've got a lot of colored deer. We've got colored fawns. We have the quantity and quality of data that we can be a little more proactive with recommendations. With elk, it is more of a reactive recommendation, looking at ages and trends, and then when we get that data, making adjustments. It's an adaptive process. We make adjustments annually based on what's happening in the ages. So it is quite different. How we manage general season deer with a projection tool, a calculator, and plugging in a lot of data. It is different on elk. It's more of looking at ages from harvested bulls and then making adjustments based on what the data says.
Thank you. Any questions from the public? All right, let's summarize public comment on agenda item number 7.
Okay, on agenda item number 7, we had 23 people that commented. It's almost exactly neutral. We had 7 people. 7 people that strongly disagreed, 7 people that strongly agreed, and then the rest kind of in the neutral zone. Those that disagreed were disagreeing because they thought the recommendations were too aggressive. Those that agreed wanted to see more tags. So it's evenly split in the public comments.
Thank you. I have a couple comment cards, public comment. First is Gib Yardley. He'll be followed by Kevin Norman. Please come up, state your name, and share your comments with us.
I'm Gib Yardley from Beaver. I'm 91 years old, but I've been on this mountain and on these ranges all my life. And to me, our ranges are very sacred and a great part of our Western heritage. And we want those ranges protected. My granddad got the first forest permit on the Dixie National Forest in 1908, 116 years ago. And we've been running up there ever since. We also winter out on the West Desert. When Grandpa got those permits, there was no elk, and there hadn't been any till about the last 25 or 30 years. And we're getting so many elk that they follow the snow back, and they're up there eating that grass when it first gets out of the ground. Just 2 or 3 weeks ago at my ranch at AC Creek, there was 30 head of elk. There isn't even hardly a green spear there. They were eating it off. And that's what's happening. We're not taking off a near enough elk to hold the numbers at a steady pace. We've got to take off more of those cows. The way I've got it, this year and last year and the year before, the DWR, the Wildlife Resource Board only recommended 25 head off. Well, that doesn't hold a candle of holding the numbers down when you've got 1,100 head of elk and about 3/4 of them are cows. That doesn't even phase anything. We need to take off a lot more cows. We summer on the Red Desert, Sydney Valley, and on AC Bench. And we recommend there hasn't been hardly any cows taken off. We recommend that there 300 head be taken off those ranges on this Cedar Mountain. Also, I winter out on the West Desert, and we've had some awful droughts out there. Last year, half of my range on the West Desert never got one drop of moisture. We could only turn half our cows out, and we never took them out for 2 months after they were supposed to go. We had to bring about half of them home after they've been out 2.5 or 3 months. And buy this $350 or $400 hay, it about broke us. Like I say, our ranges to us have been in our family all these years. They're sacred. We never overdo them. If we have a drought year, we hold some of them cattle off for a month, or we bring them home early. We want to preserve these ranges because they mean so much to us, and we want to preserve them for our future family. My son is with me, and for my grandchildren. So I would highly recommend that we take 300 head off. You haven't taken any numbers off at all, and we've got this drought. We've taken our cows off, half of them, because of the drought. We recommend 300 head off of the Panguis Lake unit and 200 off the West Desert unit of elk.
Thank you, Gib. Appreciate you coming up and sharing.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get you back up for a future item here.
Okay.
Kevin Norman?
Kevin Norman, representing SFW. We support the division's recommendations with one exception, the increase of permits on the San Juan for elk. The reason, the sentiment and the reason for this ask is, if you look back 5 years, the San Juan hasn't been at the objective, even back in the old plan. And it's been trending down the age objective for the bull harvest until 2 years ago it ticked up, then it's dropped again. We increased with the new plan a bunch of elk, a bunch of tags, and we're asking for another increase. So our guys just want to hold off, wait another year to see how it levels out before we add a bunch more tags, where that's kind of been on a trending down on the age objective. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. That's all the public comment cards I have. We'll open it up for RAC discussion. Who'd like to speak first? Russell?
I have a question for Dax on the elk management plan, and I wasn't involved with it, the decision making, but why did we move to the mid-season on the limited entry? The reason I ask is it's made it, it's on top of the spike hunt. It's made it quite difficult. There's lots of hunters, and I've been asked that, so I'm asking you.
We've got to be out of here by 10:30. There was a lot of discussion about that on the elk plan. And ultimately, I think it came down to, it was a trade-off. Folks wanted to be able to hunt elk more. It's really hard to draw a limited entry elk permit. And they felt like by going to a harder hunt, more challenge, we could issue more permits, because hunters will probably be less successful and less selective. So that hunt is harder, and it was by design to be harder. I talked to a few hunters after the season last year, and some were really thrilled and felt like they were able to draw an elk tag sooner than they would have been able to have. And there were spike hunters out there, but they got it done and had a good experience. And I've talked to a couple folks that said, man, it was really crowded and it wasn't as enjoyable as I wanted it to be. And I asked those folks, I said, well, then why didn't you put in for that September rifle season where you're not going to be on top of spike hunters? And they said, well, that's way harder to draw. And that's the trade-off. So it is harder. There's more folks in the field at the same time. And that's kind of the idea. If that really sounds unappealing to you and you want to hunt elk with a rifle, then, maybe hold out for that September season or take your chances with that late season in November. But yeah, that's kind of the rationale and the thoughts and some of the discussions that went into that change.
Other rec discussion?
Yeah, I like where we've headed with this. I think we're getting more opportunity. We're seeing more people be able to draw tags. We're still seeing good bulls. Like you said, some of these units are still way above objective. So I think we're in the right spot. I like where we're going, and we've increased some bull tags. We're taking some elk off units to forgive. So that should work.
Thanks, Chuck. Go ahead, Brian.
So I'm good with the tag recommendations, but I just wanted to throw this out there so the DWR, the division, can hear it and think about this. In regards to non-residents, it's made it difficult on them. And I had an idea that if the division would put all the non-residents in one pool instead of making them put in for one weapon type, and then split, take all the tags on one unit, put them in one pool, they apply for that unit, then they could choose which hunt they get, and you could give away 50% of those tags like we do in the regular draw. And then if that weapon is gone, you would have to let that person who drew turn it back. But this would make it to where they would know when they're going to draw as non-residents, because a lot of the units never have, or a lot of the weapon types never have two tags, and makes it extremely difficult for a non-resident to know if they're going to draw a tag or not. It's just an idea for future, but I'm going to put it in here right now. So thanks.
Thanks, Brian. I'll speak to that a little bit too. I think it, as we have this draw system with no end in sight, it does, we tend to write off the non-residents, or we write off the really hard to draw units. And that's why we brought up the expo permit list before, that if you're a number cruncher and you're trying to figure out which hunt you can draw, thankfully the deadline's not till next week, so you can look at your recommendations, but you have to go in and subtract 200 permits from these recommendations to figure out if there's going to be a bonus permit for you or not. And that's just wrong. If we're going to be transparent, show the numbers, which we've said we're going to, we should provide it clear. And like you say, joining 10% as a species total or as a unit total instead of per hunt code, where we've created so many different hunts, it does create a little bit of a mess. So I would agree with Brian on that. That's a whole bigger can of worms. Any other rec discussion, or we can entertain a motion?
I would motion to adopt the recommendations as submitted.
We got a motion by Chad to adopt the elk permit recommendations as presented.
I'll second that.
Got a second by Mike. In discussion, or we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of accepting elk permit as recommended by the division, raise your hand here in the room. Unanimous here in the room. Online, Verlin,
Yes.
Chad,
Yes.
Bart,
Yes.
and Brian.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous, 10-0. Thank you, Dax. We're going to bring you back up for agenda item number 8, Antelope permit recommendations.
You're not done with me yet tonight.
It's not quite. Any clarification needed on Antelope?
Nope. We can just jump right into it, I think.
We'll jump into questions from the RAC on the Antelope permit recommendations. Questions from the public? Oh, go ahead, Mike.
I got just one question for you, and it goes to speak for the Parker Mountain. We've chose to increase the permit numbers out there, and I'm one for some opportunity. I really am. But watching that decrease over the years and spending some time out there and listening to your presentation and then a few of your comments in the previous, of the biologist out there classifying that herd. We're a long ways from our objective, and they don't reproduce like mice out there. Why such the increase on the Parker when there's a plethora of feed out there that they feed on when you go out on the Parker? We never even touch that amount of feed that's out there. We are at objective. So fail on my part on not knowing what the objective was. Did we reduce that substantially at some point in the last 5 years, 10 years? Or
I'll maybe let Teresa speak to this. Thanks, Teresa, for coming up and helping me. She knows that situation really well.
So Morgan is in Africa, but that population on good years, it's incredibly productive on good years, but the drought years did really hit it. And we would have to issue quite a few permits as well as doe harvest out there. But I think it was about 2016, we were at 1,500. That's what the objective is. I need bifocals. But the objective is 1,500. So 2016 was about the last time we were at objective. We dipped down quite a bit. And then, we have struggled to come back up. So we've kept the permits. We've been very conservative for years. When we counted just a month ago, we do that by fixed wing every year on the Parker because it is such an important pronghorn unit. We counted 1,430 animals. It was a really good day. We had great conditions. We estimate we counted about 85% siteability. So that would actually bump us up a little bit above objective. So we're probably sitting at about 1,700 if we use 85% siteability. So we are recommending 75 buck permits, and then this is the first year that we've bumped up and are asking for 25 doe permits also. And then we'll address if any conflict areas, if they get into any agricultural situations, we'll deal with those separately.
So then my next question is we're using the Parker as a broodery. Why are we going to remove them by killing them lethally, or just move them and put them in some other units that are struggling?
So I think that we have the opportunity to do both. So if we are at 1,700 animals, we kill potentially 100. We always like to allow hunter harvest. That's important to allow our hunters to have that opportunity, and then with some production that will give us the opportunity. And this winter, fingers crossed, conditions are right, we also will do our trap. We try to do that December-ish, and then we can move some to other areas to help struggling units. So that's our plan.
Thank you, Teresa. Any other questions? Yeah, let's summarize public. Oh, Brian, go ahead.
I just wanted to say maybe there's areas of the state that would support antelope that don't have a hunt right now, and possibly they could look into this in the future of starting some new hunts and taking some of these animals to those areas. But that's just a statement form. So Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Go ahead, Verlin.
They do reproduce like mice, and don't curse any other place with antelope if you can help it. Thanks.
Thanks, Verlin. Let's summarize public comment on this agenda item.
Okay, we only had people comment online on this. Again, it's split almost in half with people, well, actually, most people either agreed or somewhat agreed, and 4 were neutral. We didn't have anybody on the disagree side on the public comments on this one,
Thank you.
and very few written comments.
Okay, we'll open up the public comment in person. I got first Kevin Norman, and he'll be followed by Gib Yardley. This is the Antelope permit recommendations comment.
Kevin Norman representing SFW, and we support the division's recommendations. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Gib Yardley.
I personally don't know what good it does to come to these meetings or anybody else. You people never take any recommendations. Here several years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, you took a lot of recommendations of things we recommended. The last 2 or 3 years and this year, you're doing the same thing. You don't listen to one thing we say and you don't take any of our recommendations. So what good does it do to have this meeting if you don't ever listen to what we have to say? We've got all my life, I've been to every one of these meetings we've ever had. I've always heard about all the antelope on the Barker Mountain. There's so many of them. Why don't you have increased the tags up there and let them kill a lot more of them? They've been trapping them and turning them down there on us in Beaver County. I've got reseeded areas there that on my personal private land. Last year, we had 90 head of antelope in there. We never used to have any antelope there. Wildlife took and transplanted them all down in that country, and they're transplanting them all over the state. I saw some over on the Severe River on my allotment. They're every place. You got to kill more and take more of them, harvest more of those antelope. Out on the West Desert, I was just out there the other day. Here was 80 head right there in one bunch, right on our winter range. We need to harvest a lot more. We ought to harvest 250 out there is what we recommend. And I think that you're going to have to listen to us once in a while, or we're going to be able to overrun completely with this wildlife. We've got to make a living and so have all of our neighbors. And you need to listen to what we've got to say. These elk are out of hand on the Penguins Lake unit all over this country. Take more of them, harvest more of them. Hell, you don't harvest enough of them to even begin to take up what are born. And we're going to have so many of them, we won't have anything left for our cattle or anything else. So I recommend, or we recommend, that out there on the West Desert, that we take off at least 200 head of antelope and 100 there around Beaver.
Thank you, Gib. Appreciate it. All right, that's end public comment. RAC discussion on antelope permit recommendations. Go ahead, Russell.
So just a question to Dax. How do we handle the conflict with the private? Is it just depredation tags? Is that the
Yeah, if we have conflicts with pronghorn on private lands, we'll send our landowner specialists out. put together a mitigation plan, and that can include a variety of things, whether it's maybe some depredation permits that would go to landowner, maybe some herding or hazing, fencing sometimes if they're, if animals are getting into haystacks, that type of thing. It's on a case-by-case basis, but when folks call us with conflicts on private land, private irrigated cultivated land, we show up and try to put together a plan to alleviate damage.
To go along with that, maybe this shows my ignorance, but can you not keep antelope out with basic hog wire fence, standard height? Doesn't have to be a high fence, generally, right?
I've never had to try to keep an antelope out. I know they try to go under everything. That's
Verlin, go ahead.
Yeah, you'd have to have a net wire fence that's attached to the ground to go under and over, and they're hard to keep out.
Thanks, Verlin. Any discussion, or we entertain a motion?
So maybe I have one question of clarification for myself from Dax. Antelope, when we reintroduce antelope or introduce antelope into these other areas, the contributing factor is, as a cattleman, and this is just me, they have to purchase allotments, AUMs, to be able to have those and graze on those allotments. When it comes to these, I guess, like a non-native species like elk that's non-native, it was introduced in the 40s, 50s?
Elk are native. We supplemented.
They supplemented, but primarily they weren't there. We brought some in. Do we have to, does the division have to purchase? Do we own AUMs? Do we have so much of allotment to go against these?
So the division doesn't purchase or hold AUMs. AUMs is really a system that's used to monitor domestic livestock grazing. There have been studies done looking at equivalents of wildlife use and comparing that to AUMs. Really, AUMs is a designation for livestock use. When the division is going to move animals, especially if it's to a new area, there's quite an involved formal process. It's something that goes through multiple levels of internal review in state government, all the way up to the governor's office, and then goes out to get input from counties and local jurisdictions, landowners. If you look at like our statewide pronghorn management plan, it has a list of approved transplant sites or sites where we can augment existing populations and any areas where we potentially might put pronghorn to create a new population. But if we do propose a new population, a new area, there's a pretty rigorous and involved public process internally and externally to do that. And it's something we take pretty serious. We hear Mr. Yardley and we're sensitive to landowners that might have concerns or permittees that might have concerns. And so it's a pretty involved process, not something that we take lightly.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted some clarification and not only for me, for other people that's asked me the same question. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Go ahead, Verlin.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That's the question you asked is a problem with the livestock producers, Gibb and everybody else that has AUMs on the forest and BLM and state land. It's the DWR can come in and they can plant their animals, or start some antelope there or elk like they did, but they say there are, but there's no regard for the people that are there to start with that have rights, permits, AUMs to that area. They turn the wildlife loose and then they go wherever they will and infringe on these rights. And it's been a hard thing for the ranchers and the livestock producers for years. It's been an argument. It's been a source of heartburn for us, but it falls on deaf ears.
Thanks, Raylan. Any other discussion or entertain a motion? Chuck, go ahead.
I've got, I didn't want Dax to sit down too long, so I got, and this is my ignorance of landowner permits. Who uses those? Is it only the family or the landowner, or can they can give call me and say, come kill an antelope and I can go shoot an antelope? So how does that work?
If we issue mitigation vouchers to a landowner, those landowners can transfer the voucher to someone else. That person would have to redeem the voucher for a permit, and then they'd be able to go and harvest an antelope. We usually put a very specific boundary if we issue mitigation vouchers. If we issue a mitigation permit, then the landowner or their immediate family member or full-time employee can use that. If we issue a mitigation voucher, then they could transfer that to someone else. Does that answer?
And Chuck, we give them the choice whether they want permits or vouchers. Permits are free, vouchers can transfer a certain.
Go ahead, Brian.
I just wanted to speak to that a little bit. I think when we're going to, that needs to be relooked at to where maybe landowners can sell those permits and make some money off of them at some point, because it'll help them make up for what's lost. And I know we've kind of touched on that in some areas, but I think we can do it better if we relook at that whole thing. So.
Brian, let me just clarify, the vouchers that we give, they can sell now for for antlerless vouchers. That's always been the case. And some market them and do make money off of them.
Okay, so they can up the price then.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to entertain a motion. Riley?
Just right before I make the motion, I would just like to say that I really appreciate the efforts that have been made, especially over the last decade, with the division, with landowners, with our livestock operators. I know that it's always sensitive, and I do think that there is some effort there, and I want just to say I appreciate it and appreciate the patience and the willingness from our ranchers and our permittees that are trying so hard to work within the framework that the state has set and the plans and the management plans. And I think there's been a lot of education that has happened over the years of how do these permit numbers and what it is that we really do have control over, and as a state and as the division. And again, this board as a RAC is just an advisory council to the state. That being said, I think that the numbers and the permits, that the increases and the recommendation by the division is right on this year. And I would, Mr. Chair, make a motion at this time to pass that as recommended by the division.
Thanks, Riley. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We got a motion to accept antelope permit recommendations as presented, made by Riley, second by Mike. Any discussion? All right, let's vote on the motion. All those by a show of hands here in the room in favor of supporting? And I got 5 yeses and 1 no by Russell. And online, Verlin?
No.
Chad?
Yes.
Bart?
Yes.
And Bryant?
Yes.
And motion passes 8-2. Russell or Verlin, would you like to speak to reason on your no vote anymore? All right, as is. Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Thank you, Dax. Let's move on to agenda item number 9. This is antler list permit recommendations. And to speak to some of the comments we heard, populations are more adjusted by antler list permit hunting than they would be by buck or bull permit hunting, correct?
Yeah, I think that's maybe a great way to set the stage for this discussion. All the buck and bull permits that we presented up to this time have been managing, different levels of quality versus quantity in hunting for bucks and bulls. We really haven't been treading in the territory of making big biological impacts to populations. A lot of times we get made fun of sometimes for using the phrase bucks don't have babies. Well, does do, and cows do, and doe pronghorn do. And so with antlerless permits, that's really how we regulate populations. That being said, in Utah, we mentioned earlier, a lot of our deer units were below our population targets where we'd like to be with population. Same with pronghorn. And so most of the doe deer and doe pronghorn permit recommendations that we're making are pretty specific and surgical and tailored to addressing whether it's deer in town or animals getting hit on a road or animals in irrigated alfalfa fields. Most of those hunts are really tailored to that for doe deer, doe pronghorn. With cow elk, that's probably the exception. We do try to get a substantial harvest of cow elk on a lot of units to manage to the population objectives on those units. Some of our antlerless elk hunts are targeted to problem areas and deal with distribution and conflicts. But a lot of our antlerless hunts, especially the ones with larger boundaries, higher permit numbers, are a tool that we use to manage up populations to manage to our population objectives. So with that, happy to answer any questions or just, whatever will help.
Questions from the RAC, antlerless permit recommendations. I definitely have a question. And we bring this up every year. Why do we have to keep killing does? Mule deer. And you spoke to that in your presentation. I appreciate that, Dex. But also a question on the 2 Pine Valley hunts that continue to come up, the New Harmony and the Enterprise. Not as familiar with the Enterprise. Maybe Russell can speak to that. But on the New Harmony, we continue to have a few dozen permits for doe deer. Like, do these deer just keep coming, or we're too scared to kill them all at once, the problem ones in town? Or we just know they're gonna not migrate back up the mountain. Like, I get so many comments to me of why do we still have this hunt year after year? Like, let's kill them so we can forget about it and move on.
And I'll maybe have Jason the biologist come up and fill in any gaps in my explanation here, but it's centered around private land, agriculture. If you look at the season dates, it's pretty early. It's really trying to target resident deer that spend their time there, rather than migratory deer that might show up later in the year. And Jason Nichols, the biologist for the Pine Valley, maybe you can fill in any gaps I'm leaving there.
That sounds pretty accurate. Again, it's an early season hunt targeting the ag land in the New Harmony Valley. Putting a whole bunch of permits out there, it seems like it turns out that we have the law of diminishing returns. We put a lot out there and we just get low success. If we keep it at a moderate rate, then we have a higher success and have less conflict with people getting access and non-hunters and such. So we keep the pressure on to keep the population from growing. There are still a few larger ag producers in the valley, and we're trying to help them out to reduce the pressure on them.
Thank you. Bryant, you have a question?
Just to the does and that's the one thing that still comes up all the time. And I think where you got a low success rate, maybe we should find a way to transplant those out to other units that need does some way. I'm sure that's been looked at, but that's the main thing I get griped at by everybody is about doe hunts. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian.
So maybe a follow-up to Brian's question, and transplanting these deer, I've heard over the years that they just end up coming back. or they end up back in rural communities. That's where they've been raised. Is there truth to that? And then the harbor of disease, of moving some disease from one specific area to another. How much disease do we have in them that are we moving? And is it logical that we move them or move them far enough into these outskirts out of this rural community, rural development, and agricultural farm fields to speak of?
Great questions. We did move quite a few deer for several years there and put a lot of collars on animals and monitored survival. And there was a reasonable amount of mortality. About half of those deer died, the ones that we moved, but some did survive. Some did weird movements and went back to close to where they were captured. Some of them traveled a long ways and some didn't. Some stayed in the areas we put them. We studied it, we looked at it, could be done. It's pretty resource intensive. You have to dedicate a lot of resources to do it. And ultimately, kind of the disease issue is, I think, what sealed the fate of moving forward with deer transplants. The risk that you incur by moving animals, especially if you move them long distances, of introducing diseases, and chronic wasting disease, CWD, is probably the big one that perhaps we're the most hesitant about or most uncomfortable with it. If you want to ever just make me feel really depressed, let's talk about CWD. And we don't have it on the Pine Valley right now. But the risk versus reward of potentially moving that disease around, I think, is what has gotten us to the point where we're just not very comfortable transplanting deer.
So one other question to follow up with that. We watched the wildlife tracker. We've collared deer clear up in Wyoming that winter all the way down into northern Utah and sometimes farther south than that. You have that same potential, right? CWD coming down from that deer herd. We have deer herds in the north that track farther south, that we have that potential. So the weigh in on that, I get, we don't want chronic wasting disease, but you're still having deer migrate large distances, primarily probably longer than we've transplanted them in farther distances.
Yeah, and I think, natural migration, it can be concerning to a certain point, but I don't want it to be us moving it. If the disease moves on its own, that's unfortunate, but I really don't want us to be the ones that move it.
Go ahead, Bryant.
Dax, I just, one thing I guess I'm not educated on, but when we do any kind of transplants and move anything from anywhere, we're doing blood tests and stuff. Isn't that an opportunity to find out if there is a disease before we ever do it?
Yeah, a lot of times when we move bighorn sheep, for example, we're testing animals to see if they have mycoplasma or some of those diseases we're really concerned about in bighorn. Chronic wasting disease, the way that we get test results back on chronic wasting disease, it typically takes a much longer period of time. It can be really hard to test live animals. There's some new technology, some new developments there that may, like an ear punch biopsy. There's some things maybe coming down the pipe that could make it more realistic to be able to get quicker real-time results on CWD, but we're not there yet with that disease.
I get it, Dax, and I appreciate it. I just, this is a big place. You guys take a huge hit at from the public with everyone I talk to over these does. So thank you.
Thanks, Brent. Any other questions? Questions from the public? All right, let's summarize public comment.
Okay, we had 17 people comment online. The average came in about neutral. A little towards disagreeing, and that was mostly, comments based on the things we've talked about here. People not wanting us to kill specifically deer, female deer, and some concern on elk as well, but mostly people not wanting us to remove any does.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, I open it up for public comment. I have one comment card, Stephen Yardley. That's the only one I have. Come on up, Stephen, and you'll have 3 minutes. hit the button there on the bottom. So, thanks.
Sorry, I would have been here a lot sooner. On your guys' website, it said it was down at the Charlotte Smith Center, and so I missed out on a lot of meeting looking for it. But at any rate, where are they proposing to put the elk permits as compared to what they've been as far as with the antlerless permit recommendations? Because I didn't see that information.
In terms of units?
Yes, like on the Pingwich Lake and on the Southwest Desert, where do they have it set? Has it been set? Where are the numbers at, and what are they proposing them to be at? If you could review that quickly.
You got that right there, Dax?
Yeah, these are for the whole unit. Pingwich Lake looks like it was 50 antlerless elk permits last year, and we're recommending 50 again. Sorry, what were the other units?
The West Desert.
Southwest Desert unit. Let me see. Do you remember, Jason? I don't have it on my sheet right here. Was there another unit too? Maybe Jason remembers Southwest Desert, but I don't have it on the sheet.
Unit-wide permits on the Southwest Desert, we had 100 last year, and then we had a couple specific units around the Burbank Garrison area to deal with some depredation. Permits overall was about 150 permits. This year, overall unit-wide permits is about 75, if I remember correctly. And then we did do away with one of the Garrison Burbank hunts for a total of about 105 permits. So 150 down to 105.
Yeah, I have the specific hunts listed. That sounds right.
And then where are the actual numbers in comparison with the target numbers on the Pingwich Lake and the Southwest Desert?
All this information is in the RAC packet, and it's in the presentations, and you can get it, but we'll try to look it up here. Yeah.
So this last year, when the elk unit plans were passed, the objective on both the Pingwich and the Southwest Desert did go up. It was at 975. Now the population objective on the Southwest Desert is we have that range, so we can kind of balance on the drought years. So it goes from 1050 to 1250. The population is currently estimated at 1,000. For the Pingwich Lake, the objective is the range from 1,100 to 1,500, and our current population estimate is at 1,100. And then in addition, on the Pingwich Lake, we've got 25 draw permits, and then we also have 50 private lands only permits.
What was that what was that objective number before they made that change on the Pingwich Lake?
On the
You know?
Pingwich, it was 11 to 1,300. 1,100 to 1,300. So we just have a wider range. So on the good years, we can go a little bit higher. And then on drought years, we'll keep it lower.
All right. Thanks, Teresa.
Stephen, go ahead and continue with your comments.
I did find those numbers just to verify, double check. Southwest Desert was 155 last year. This year it's 105.
Well, the reason I wanted that background information was because as we've been going, these microphones suck. As we've been going up on our permits, there's a lot of our pastures that we run on that they look like there's been a herd of sheep camped in there for a month or two when there hasn't been anything up there except the elk. Like, I recognize the income and the revenue that the DWR receives from the elk numbers, but you're doing it at the expense of the permittees and the landowners who run on those lands. we all want, like, we're always talking about, we all need to get along. And I couldn't agree more. But in order to get along, like, even on the good years, like, we don't run more numbers on the good years, and we cut drastically on permits on the bad years to prevent overgrazing, to prevent soil erosion, to try and take care of the land. And unfortunately, it's kind of the fox guarding the hen house when it comes to the DWR and taking care of numbers. There's an incentive on your part to continually increase numbers, and that needs to be taken into consideration. And I've heard talk that there's even been money that's been funneled down from the DWR to the Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife to purchase permits and turn them back in so that they can enlarge the numbers of the herds. And I don't agree with that at all. I think that's a misuse of public funds, and it's taking away from the tax base. So I guess my comment would be, with the antlerless permits, take more of these animals off so that the numbers are reflective to the range. A lot of these mountains in particular, the habitat's been drastically reduced because of the spruce beetle kill and because of the deadfall that's up there. You can't get through most of the mountains without chainsawing it out, and neither can the elk or the deer. But I'm not so concerned about the deer as I am about the elk. They're in direct competition with us, and there didn't used to be any elk up on those mountains. And now the numbers are continually going up. We're trying our best to manage the ranges, to take good care of them. And we'd like to see the DWR be a little more responsible about that in both issuing more antlerless permits and in not continually increasing the objective numbers. It's kind of a slap in the face to all of us that are permittees. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Appreciate your comments. All right, we'll open up to RAC discussion. Antlerless permits. Russell?
So when they passed this elk plan last year and they increased them, didn't they put in place where if elk were concentrated in one area, they'd figure out a way to disperse them to help, individuals? That's my question on that day.
Yes. We have provisions in our management plans to add additional permits if we have drought conditions, or if we see immediate habitat damage or overutilization in specific areas. We could call hunts and address that. We do have a window of time during the year when we hunt. Elk specifically would be from August 1st to January 31st. Hunting earlier than that, you're gonna later than January 31st and before August 1st, you're really likely to maybe shoot a cow that's really pregnant or has just had a calf or has a really young nursing calf at her side. So that it's still a pretty wide window, but it's 6 months of the year when we hunt elk, and we can have hunts to address issues like this if we need to.
Dax, looks like Kyle's got a comment to respond.
Yeah, Russell, in that plan, we did suggest that we would kind of form a committee. And I've talked with Chuck a lot in the Forest Service. And we're going to meet in the fall and kind of talk. And if there's areas of concern, then yeah, we've committed to have targeted cow harvest in those areas if there is concern of degradation of habitat.
So I understand that they can only be hunted from August to whenever there. But is there any other means to disperse them if they're just sitting on one place, which they can do and they do, to help alleviate the conflict?
Yeah, and that's kind of the point of having like a targeted hunt. So where we're focusing the harvest in a certain area so we can displace, because elk will move when you hunt them like that. We have had a hunt on the Penguich Lake before. The same thing. It was kind of targeted on the top in some of those areas, and it would move those elk.
Thanks.
I just wanted to say that I can't speak necessarily for the Southwest Desert, but I was the RAC representative in regards to the Panguitch Lake, and I felt like there was a very good representation from permittees, from those that ran livestock, from the division, and I mean, we met for several hours, and I really feel like we're right where we're supposed to be. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't areas where permittees are running right now that aren't getting hit a little bit heavier. That being said, I do think that some of those things that we talked about as far as targeting those animals, it was the general consensus that we need to kill those animals. Sportsmen alike were very, very upfront and very positive that if we've got problem animals or problem areas, especially in those private lands, we need to kill those animals and try to help mitigate that. And that was the general consensus. And I feel like that group that met, it was a very positive thing. And I felt as good as I've been doing this for a long time, and I felt as good about that meeting and that group of individuals as any that's met so far.
Mr. Chair, if I could, just for the record, I think it probably needs to be part of this conversation. There's a lot of habitat work that occurs on the lands that are part of these grazing permits, and it's work that is often it's collaborative work. It's done with our federal land management agency partners, sportsmen's groups, and hunters generate a lot of revenue. They generate a lot of funds that are used to really make the mountain better for everyone. And of course, wildlife benefit from that, but so do the animals that are grazing there, domesticated animals. And so I think that's just probably an important part of this conversation to also keep in mind that, yeah, elk eat grass. And, the division and our partners also do a lot of work that benefits domestic livestock in addition to elk. And we really feel like we're on the same team in large part. We all want healthy watersheds. We want multiple use public lands that are really a treasure and part of our Western heritage that Mr. Yardley said. It really is part of what makes quality of life in Utah, so amazing. And it's something that we want to do together as partners. And we butt heads on an issue here and there once in a while, but I think the big picture, we really want the same things. We want healthy, productive landscapes, functioning watersheds. We want animals in good condition, whether they're wild or domestic. And I hope that comes across. Sometimes in these conversations, we get a little bit of tunnel vision, but there really is a lot of cooperative wins and things that we focus on and good work that's done together.
Thanks, Dex. Go ahead, Verlin.
All right. This elk deal is hard. I mean, you talk about all the studies and everything, how great it is, the studies that have been done on the deer. The bottom line is you don't know how many elk you have. I heard Teresa say, well, this is the estimate. This is the estimate. You can't count them. Even when you fly them, you can't count them. Gibbs right, there's too many elk. And they are on the landscape taking the resource early and when they make us stay off because the resource is tender and you'll have overgrazing and all that, but those elk, they're right there first, right as the snow melts, they're right up there. So it's hard for me to deal with this elk deal because you have no idea how many there are. Your estimates are just guesstimates. You talked about on the hunting, the bull cow ratio and that it's reactive. You don't know what you have until somebody kills one and turns it in and lets you see. And then I've heard this thing so many times about, well, they've done so much resource work, and that's great. And we spent so many dollars, and you guys can put a dollar value on it, but you can't put a dollar value on what the ranchers have put into the landscape. And when you figure out comparative what we have on a percentage, we're putting in a heck of a lot more money and work than you guys are. You get your people to donate, and you steal our tags and sell them at these conventions and get big bucks, and then you get 10% of that and put it on the landscape, and then you count it and throw it in our face that it's not even, and the amount of money brought into a county and to these towns is significantly more from the livestock end of it than it is from the hunters. The hunters come into Wayne County, they bring their food, they'll bring a can of gas with them, they might have to gas up to get out of here, but if they can help it, they don't spend any money here. There's too many elk. We need to shoot more cow elk. And like I said before, that if you're raising trophies, it just doesn't figure as far as having good, healthy herds.
Thanks, Verlin. Chuck, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I wanted to mention with the Forest Service. And first, I want to thank the Yardleys. They're good permittees. They move their cows around. They do a really good job of grazing. So I'm happy with that. I think we talked about congregations of elk on the Forest Service. We have certain areas that are listed as important for calving or fawning grounds, and we try not to disturb those herds in those areas during those times of year. And so it's kind of a hands-off. And there are certain areas that overlap some of Gibbs, some of his permitted holdings that are calving grounds. And so there's a lot of elk in there sometimes, and we know that's true. I think the other thing I wanted to mention is that when we talk about conditions, we've got these elk objectives that are now, and a lot of them are a slot, basically. You got a 300-400 elk slot, and we're going to manage that based on conditions. And we had a good water year last year, a really good water year, and we're shaping up for a pretty good one right now this year. But our botanists have been out, our team, and it's going to take more than a couple of years to recover. We saw almost no forbs on the ground last year. There was a lot of bare ground in between the grass. You had thigh-high grass, but there was a lot of bare ground in between that. And so it's going to take 2 or 3 years to recover that. And so I would encourage the division, when we begin to grow these herds, to be conservative with that and let the forbs and the grass get ahead of that, and not try and get too fast in your herd growth, because it's just not there yet on the ground. We're seeing the similar thing this year with our botanist out. He's already been out, and he follows the snow up like the elk do, and he's not seeing what he'd like to see yet this year. So just wanted to pass that on.
Thanks, Chuck. Riley?
I was just going to follow up. I really appreciate that, Chuck. Does the division feel like you're fairly conservative with the antler list numbers that are in the recommendation?
We're making recommendations to manage within the plan. I don't know that we're looking to max out on the top end immediately. Every unit's a little different.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? We'll entertain a motion on antler list permit recommendations. Anybody like to make that?
I'll make it. I motion that we adopt the plan as presented.
Got a motion by Chad to adopt antlerless permit recommendations as presented. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Mike. All right. Discussion needed on that? All right, let's vote on antlerless permit recommendations as presented. All those in favor here in the room, raise your hand. Unanimous here in the room. Verlin,
No, I don't like the pronghorn or the elk.
Chad,
Yes.
and Bart,
Yes.
and Brian.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 9-1. Verlin, do you want to speak to your vote, your no vote any more than you have?
No.
All right, thanks, Verlin. Appreciate that. All right, Dax, you're off the hook. Thanks for your time.
Thanks. Really enjoyed our discussions tonight. Thank you.
All right, we're going to bring up Rusty Robinson again. This is number 10, shed antler gathering recommendations and big game rule amendments. Welcome back, Rusty. Any clarification or more information needed to share with the RAC?
Maybe in the interest of time, I'll just be brief. This was a little bit of a hodgepodge of recommendations. It was and hopefully it was okay to follow in the presentation. But this was the recommendations from our shed antler committee to the division. And then, which of those recommendations we adopted as a division, what we took to the legislature, what actually got put in to House Bill 382. And then based on what did and didn't end up in code, our official recommendations to the Wildlife Board, and then the associated rule changes that go along with that. In addition to that, there's also some miscellaneous rule changes in that same big game rule. And a lot of those are changes put forward by our law enforcement section, and which we support as a wildlife section. But if we get any questions on some of those, I may defer to Lieutenant Washburn to come up and help answer questions on those. But anyway, it's kind of a lot. Hopefully it was okay, easy to follow in the presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions if it wasn't.
Questions from the RAC, Chuck?
Yeah, you have no season on residents. We have a season on non-resident. Just want to make sure I'm clear on that. They can hunt sheds from May 1st to December, but not the other way around. That's not their off season. That's when they come.
Correct. That would be it would be open for them to come and shed hunt. And there's a couple of reasons for that. As the shed hunting committee, as we met and discussed some of the issues with seasons, it was really the sentiment of the committee that, most of the surrounding states have a shed hunting season that begins May 1st. And so they felt like if we didn't limit non-residents to the May 1st date in Utah, that because they can't hunt in their home state till May 1st, there would potentially be an influx of non-residents where this would be one of the only places they could shed hunt, and you may get a large influx of non-residents coming in. And the committee felt like that was more pressure than they were comfortable with. And so in the end, it was decided, let's open it up to residents, not have a season on residents, but still limit non-residents to May 1st.
Thanks, Rusty. I have a question. A license is not required, just the certificate of registration. Is that, or the ethical course?
Correct. Yep. So that was actually was a recommendation from the committee. But because in state code, it specifically outlines activities that we can require a hunting license for, we needed that to be added to state code to specify that now shed hunting would require a hunting license and maybe even an additional permit. Neither one of those things ended up in the state code. At the legislative levels, decided to not require a license or a permit. And so because the license part or the permit part, neither one of those were added to state code. We couldn't do that as a division or through the wildlife board. We would need that language in state code to have the ability to do that. If that makes sense.
Okay. So if an individual is actively hunting sheds, how does one prove their residency in the field, like to a CO?
They still have to display their archery ethics course, which I believe has maybe licensing. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it has your address on it. Obviously, a law enforcement officer, and I don't want to speak for you, but I assume you could spot check and check people's driver's licenses and their home address, and someone would have to prove they were resident or non-resident if ever they got checked by a law enforcement officer. Is that correct, Lieutenant?
Perfect. We'll deputize you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
And I think it's actually the reverse. We have to prove they're a non-resident more than they have to prove they're a resident.
I'm getting nods from Lieutenant Washburn, so I'll trust that.
And yeah, a question on the commercial antler buyer. Can a commercial antler buyer, he obviously has to get a COR now or certificate of registration. Can he be a non-resident?
Yes. So, I mean, that would be part of the federal constitution. We can't, limit trade, people doing the same business in different states. So, somebody from another state could be a commercial antler buyer and do that in Utah. They would still pay the same fee for that COR, and it would still be required to have a COR.
So a non-resident could be in the state during the closed season and be handling shed antlers as long as it was commercial activity and not picking them up. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions from the RAC? Russell?
Yeah, is there a reason that we don't restrict the residents from gathering? Because from personal experience, we're trying to not stress the deer at critical times, and really that's why Wyoming, they start theirs at May 1st, is to restrict that stress on the animals. And I've seen, them chase the animals very hard, and a lot of these animals haven't dropped till mid-March into April.
That's a great question. And there's a couple of reasons why the committee chose not to go the season route with residents. One of them is we looked at as part of this committee, we looked at a lot of data, and we looked at there's not a lot of published information out there about shed hunting and how it pressures ungulates. There was one study on Antelope Island, which is one end of the spectrum. It's one extreme. It's a really extreme form of shed hunting. It's the, Black Friday of shed hunting. It's 2 days of really high intensity, high pressure situation. And we found that it does have the ability to displace deer from their home range. About a third of the deer were displaced from where they were usually spending time. Then we looked at a couple other studies sets of data. One was from the shed antler closure in 2017. And we looked at primarily elk during the closure and after the closure was lifted. And there at a large scale, it was mostly the Wasatch. We had 200 or 300 elk. And at that scale, we couldn't detect any difference in movement while the closure was going on versus when it was lifted. And then we looked at collar data from about 1,000 deer this year statewide, both during the closure and after the closure. And again, assuming that deer movement equates to more energy expenditure and potentially, lead them to use their energy reserves faster than they should. We looked at that and couldn't see any detectable difference in movement, both during the closure and after the closure. Now, that's at a large scale, right? Statewide scale. Anybody who shed hunts knows that you can bump deer, they run over the ridge. Does that equate into lower survival. Probably depends on the situation and the severity of the winter conditions. That's why we chose to go with the option of having emergency closure. So if conditions are bad enough, we have to feed deer, then they're bad enough, we would do an emergency closure. And so that kind of hopefully covers you and helps the deer out if they're really, nutritionally stressed that way. But in a normal year where we couldn't detect any noticeable differences, we opted to just let the residents shed hunt. Did that answer your question?
I think so.
Thanks, Russell. I have one more question on the other recommended changes, big game rule. And the other RACs that was brought up, they had a hang up with the cactus buck going to a non-inspection like the management buck. Can you speak to that at all? I mean, is law enforcement totally on board with just electronically providing pictures and moving on?
Yeah, I'll let Lieutenant Washburn address that.
We haven't had a lot of issues with people that are, most of the people that might take the wrong animal on a management buck or a cactus buck are willing to self-report, just like all of the other hunts that we have. And we feel like, there's few enough of those permits. We check a lot of them in the field. Having that extra step to do the check-in isn't necessarily needed from a law enforcement perspective.
Thank you. Any questions from the public? Let's summarize public comment. Agenda item number 10.
Yeah, we had 17 people comment online, largely in support of this. We only had one that was in the strongly disagree category and a few somewhat disagree. Those tended towards, they felt we were overstepping our authority by regulating shed antler gathering at all. But the comments in support were largely in terms of trying to protect animals at a sensitive time of the year.
Thank you. I have one public comment card. It's Kevin Norman.
Kevin Norman, representing SFW. We support this recommendation as presented. Just like to say, I appreciate these committees, sat on these committees, and they shake these things out inside out and backwards. And although this one was probably child's play compared to what me and Austin dealt with on technology committee, I think they came out with a good product. So we support this. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. That's all the public comment. Open up for RAC discussion. Chuck?
I'm going to say something just because I want to say something. I guess I'm with Russ on this a little bit. I took a bunch of young men shed hunting a year ago to see what happened, and we didn't see a single deer. We didn't find a single shed, but there were ATV tracks everywhere we went. I mean, just crisscrossing every hill. And they're not supposed to be doing that, but they were everywhere. And, I think if they can't police themselves, I don't know that they should have a season. I think my personal belief and from what I've seen on the ground is that they do have a negative impact to the condition of our deer, especially on bad winters. And my brothers will shoot me. I've got 7 brothers who are shed hunters, and they'll shoot me for saying this, but I think a May 1st season sounds great to me. So that's kind of where I'm sitting on that.
Thanks, Chuck. Mike?
In some of my comments earlier today, I'd have to follow suit with what Chuck has to say, being an advocate, sportsman and all that. I live in the foothills in Sevier County, and it is nonstop from February 1st to present. Side by sides, 4-wheelers, people on the ground, driving those deer back up in that winter or up into the summer range, pushing them either into the valleys or up into the snow to where they're fighting for their survival at that point. And honest to Pete, I mean, I've seen just in my backyard the same ground walked over 150 times by a different soul. it's out of hand in some cases for one deer that was reported on the Monroe Mountain that's over 200 inches. Honest to Pete, that's the way it is. I believe that we should be managed to a season, and I would hope that those people, I mean, after you see 25 different boot tracks, let's move on at some point. But it is I guess it's too hard to regulate. I mean, it's just like the deer hunt, you turn people loose, but I think it's a struggle, and we don't have data that proves our mortality rate because of it, but the stress can't be anywhere viable for the survival of the animal.
Thanks, Mike. Go ahead, Bart.
I would concur with the comments that were raised. I mean, I do like to go shed hunting, but, starting February 1, all I see is, four-wheeler tracks all over the landscape. I've heard many stories of landowners who have to deal with trespassers looking for sheds. And so I just think that it's kind of out of control. So I would concur that would be a good place to start for the season on it. Thanks.
Thanks, Bart. Oh, go ahead, Brian.
I'm not going to speak much to the sheds. I do want to talk about the thermal imaging, and I really wish they would have just made that year-round or big game. I don't think it has any place in it. It's cheating, and hopefully they've got the laws in place they are out there using it to target big animals to take away all their rights in the future. So I'm glad to see they did make some change, though.
Thanks, Bryant. Just to clarify on Bryant's comment there. So changing the night vision devices to unlawful to possess instead of unlawful to use does have a season where you cannot possess it, July 31st through December 31st. So he was saying he'd like to see that year round. I want to speak a little to my comments on the shed closure, if I may. I'm not much of a shed hunter. I don't find as much time this time of year, but I do have some serious heartburn about the non-resident special season. I think it sets a precedence that puts us on a slippery slope as a state of Utah. Not to go against what the committee's done. I appreciate all their work. But envision someone living in Cache Valley that lives on the Idaho side of the line. He may purchase a $120 non-resident hunting license. He may get a general season deer tag or elk tag and work in the state of Utah. He lives right there on a border town. You're going to tell that individual he cannot go shed hunt because he's not a resident, even though he's buying a license, he's participating, but he lives out of our state. I think it sets us up for other states to do the same thing for us. Should states even allow non-resident hunting? Should they allow 10% of their permits or 5%? If we start showing the precedent that we are going to, if you will, stick it to the non-residents, are they not going to do that to us? And I understand we're trying to match them, saying, well, May 1st, because we don't want everybody to come to us. I think we need to be on a level playing field. We're not requiring a hunting license, and I don't think it's fair because we're all non-residents somewhere, and I hate seeing our privileges stripped away like Wyoming did to us on shed hunting, or other states are trying to do on permits and everything else. It's just a little bit too far to cut the non-residents out and not make it the equal side of us when you're not even requiring payment from a resident to buy a hunting license. So that's my comment. Bryant, did you have something?
Just really quick, appreciate your comment there. You see it going with the tags from state to state. You see it changing. You see it in what your comments, and at what point is it going to be, well, counties want to manage their ground and decide things, we are getting away from the United States to it's all about me. And I don't know how you deal with it, but you could see that come up in your mule deer tags and everything at some point if the legislature gets involved. So.
Thanks, Brian. Riley?
I'm all about people getting out in the hills. I think that we spend way too much time in our caves as it is these days. And so I'm a little bit on the other side of things. That being said, you can't consider yourself a sportsman or an outdoorsman if you're not doing it responsibly. And we all have laws of the land, and there are certain ethics that we have to have, and we have to start policing ourselves. I don't know that we can manage it or that we can put enough rules in place that are going to be able to police some of the individuals that are doing some of the destruction on our landscapes. I don't think necessarily that moving a season date one way or the other, it may help that. I do think that if an individual is caught doing that, they should be penalized to the fullest extent we possibly can. And if that needs to become stricter, then that needs to become stricter, because that also sets a bad precedence. If it's just a slap on the hand for the rest of us that are trying to do it the right way, under the guidelines that have been set. I appreciate the committee's time and the effort that they've put into it. I think that all of the comments made by the other RAC members, I appreciate it so much. I appreciate the discussion and would suggest that all of those comments be taken down or written down by the division, and maybe for a future meeting with the same committee that we might be able to readdress some of these things. But as such, right now, I would pass as presented by the division and the committee.
Any other comments or discussion from the RAC? Russell?
Comment now. We're voting on the infrared and the antler list.
It's all under one agenda item. You could break it into multiple motions if you'd like.
Well, a comment and question both regarding spotlighting. Does that fall under this? I've tried to find the rules, and I'm told by sportsmen that are spotlighting my fields 24/7 during season, that it's legal for them to do that, and it used to not be. So my question is, where does that? To me, it should not be legal, and it's not right.
Let's have Paul speak to that.
So the law is that if they can't spotlight with a weapon in possession, but they could probably be spotlighting without that weapon. Also, there are some laws that allow counties to set their own ordinances regarding spotlighting for non-protected animals like coyotes and things. And they, depending on whether the county has a season, the county could make some allowance for spotlighting even during the big game hunts for non-protected species. It's kind of a complicated situation.
I was trying to determine if that was part of this at all, which I think it should be, but
it's not addressed in these rule changes.
Correct.
Night vision devices, this is more talking about thermal imaging, night
yeah.
vision. And this would cover, the way it's written, all night vision devices like the new plugins for your phone. It doesn't have to be a full device, right?
Correct.
Really?
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion at this time to pass as presented.
Motion from Riley to pass as presented. Ryan? Did you have a comment, Brian, or did you want to second that?
Sorry, I turned my speaker off. I can second Riley's, but I do think we ought to have maybe advise them that they should make the thermal imaging year round, especially for big game, because I still think it has a valid use for coyote hunting to get predators off the landscape.
So his second is contingent on you modifying your motion.
I would modify it just with the recommendation as some of the other things that we spoke of, that the division does look into that. Does that make sense, Kevin? Not necessarily as an action that we change. We're not changing anything, just that the division
Look into the penalty.
Look into, well, even the change rather, because right now he's suggesting year round, if I'm understanding you right, Bryant.
Right, and only towards big game, the use of thermal imaging, look into it. I'm not saying we need to change it right on here. I'm saying look into it, that they do away with thermal imaging year round for the use of finding big game. And hopefully they can maybe give tags to people that turn people in for it or something. Just those are suggestions, but yes, I second you on passing it the way it is.
All right. Can we do it as just as presented with the second, and then add that as a separate?
So here's how I've got it written right now. Tell me if you're comfortable with it. To accept as presented with a recommendation that the DWR consider making thermal imaging to locate big game a year-round restriction.
Perfect.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. Rusty, just to confirm, that committee is dissolved, correct? The shed committee?
We could, we've been still communicating with email. We don't plan on reconvening officially at any point, but I've been keeping them apprised of it, as it's been a moving target with legislation and things changing. But for all intents and purposes, we're not active anymore, but it still exists.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I make one more comment to that? This does take, the thermal imaging is having an effect on even the shed hunting. There's people out there doing it at night now on certain animals, keeping an eye on them and it's causing problems between people. So
Denise and Sherry, did you get that motion? Okay.
Okay, we got the motion to keep the season as is. May 1st opener for non-residents, residents year round on the shed side, and an ask to look at going year round on night vision.
I just
Question
have
from Rachel.
ignorance question. So not being against looking into things, I'm all for that. But how would you know if somebody was using it for coyotes versus big game? Like the point of it now is to not have possession, so that's clear. Just
It's a good question. Lieutenant, you want to answer that?
It would be a challenge in the field, but by observing what they're doing with it, where they are, what animals are around, things like that, it would be up to our officers to make that determination. With having the season, having them just unlawful to possess during that season, that is a more critical time. And so, during the rest of the year, then it would just be up to the officers to investigate and figure what they were doing with it.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, we've got the motion. Everybody knows what it is. Let's do a vote. All those in favor of Riley's motion here in the room, raise your hand. Got 5 here in the room. And Verlin?
Yes.
Chad?
Yes.
Bart?
Yes.
And Bryant?
Yes.
And all those opposed? 1. Chuck. So motion carries 9-1. Chuck, would you like to speak any more to why you voted no?
I kind of just think there was too much packaged together for one vote. Maybe we could have split it out a little bit more, but I really would like to see a limitation on the shed hunting. I think it has a negative impact. So
The season, mostly for residents.
for all shed hunters. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Chuck. Motion passes. And Bart, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I concur with Chet. I would like to see more restrictions on shed hunting. I think that what was passed is a good step forward. but it would be nice if they came back with some other future recommendations on managing the impact that shed heifer does have on deer.
Thank you, Bart. All right, last agenda item. Thank you, Rusty, for your time.
Thank you.
We're going to bring up our late night special. We have Chad Wilson here with agenda item number 11. CWMU antlerless permit recommendations. Anything to clarify, Chad, or let us know?
Nothing to clarify. I thought you were just going to try to run out time on me, so I didn't get to stand up, but I made it.
We appreciate you being here.
Yeah, I guess it just whatever questions I can or clarifications I can make.
Perfect. Any questions on CWMU antlerless permit recommendations? Seeing no questions, I guess we'll summarize public comment.
Yeah, not a lot of comment on this. We had 7 people, mostly in agreement or neutral. And I don't remember any written comments on this agenda item for the Southern region.
Okay. I have no public comment cards. We'll go to RAC discussion. Any RAC discussion? I know there was talk at other RAC meetings about there being no antlerless permits on some of those hunts up north. Had you had any chance to look at how those motions shook out and if you felt like it would be fair to the public to offer at least a 1-to-1 if they had bull permits?
Yeah, and it's not just up north, but there's some throughout the state, and a lot of it just depends on the objective and how many animals are there and for how long. So just some units, I feel comfortable with biologists making those recommendations with the CWMUs. Yeah, I made the comments in some of the RAC, well, the Central Region RAC too. If it's on a general season unit and we push too hard for cow elk, they could potentially get all the bull elk tags and charge trespass fees, and then the public has 0. So there is a little bit of a balancing act there that we try to fit in.
Thanks, Chad. Any other discussion? Guess we could entertain a motion. CWMU antlerless permits. Who's going to bring us home?
I'll make a motion to accept it as present.
Got a motion by Mike to accept CWMU antlers as presented.
I'll second that.
Second by Chuck. Go ahead and vote on that. See no discussion. All those in the room? In favor? Unanimous here in the room. Verlin?
Yes.
Chad?
Yes.
Bart?
Yes.
And Bryant?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you very much. Chad, thanks for coming. Appreciate it. He enjoyed all the other comments, I'm sure.
The least you could have done is asked him another question.
I asked him a good one. All right, we will make a couple announcements. So this board meeting will be May 2nd up in Farmington Bay, Utah, where they will vote on all final permit recommendations. That does fall after the deadline to apply for permits, big game, which is next week, April 25th. And the next RAC meeting will be May 21st, and that'll be at the Richfield DWR office. Correct? Okay, we got a motion to adjourn. You can all motion at once, I think, right, for this one. Motion by Russell. We're going to adjourn. Thank you all for joining live on YouTube here in person. Signing off from Cedar City.
I'm already in Salt Lake.